Thank you, be faithful, loyal, and honest. Serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her interests and uphold her honor and will so help me God. Amen. Please may have your seat. Thank you so much. At this juncture, I'd like to call on Engineer Bob Peggy, the chairman of the committee for today, to take on.
This slide. Oh, Bashenka, the one.
No, it's actually long clip.
God made from very tall and made from like my height. The chairman of this occasion, Engineer Margaret Kaino Obotana, FLSD, from the overall world of engineering and development in Africa. Thank you very much. And to all our degrees as ever recognized by the engineer, Dr. Okwebike FLSD, the welcome of the Father.
Right. No, another one.
We will be taking the second moment for this event. Safety is very key, and we don't want to put people at risk, even if you're very familiar with this environment. You need to understand the safety rule and you need to know where you are. If this is your first time here, this is the National Conference of University of Ibadan. But I was really, at this moment, we don't expect any review, we don't expect any happen. So if you hear any alarm, please do not rush. If you feel that this all is our safe haven on the risk is outside, please wait for an instruction. The author would advise on what we need to do. We need to stay in or if we need to walk down. If we need to step out, there is the door, most of us use the door to access the building. There are other doors by the left and the right. We will all get it find out and then see what the issue is. Just outside the building, there are muster points at the back area where we need to stay and make sure that it's closed. The convenience to this all, yeah, you need to step out of the building and then there are various conveniences just right behind the category of the building. If you have anything that you need to call our attention to, you see some ladies they are putting on black or
ọmọ yìí kò wẹ̀yìn tí wọ́n ti mọ̀ ká lo screen ọmọ yìí kò wẹ̀yìn ni kí n ṣe professional ó yẹ kó máa wẹ̀yìn ó ti sáré jù.
We have the coordinating team also outside in case we have any medical emergency that needs to be attended to urgently. Outside that, like I said earlier, we don't have to say anything. So this venue is safe for you. Thank you very much. I'll take the protocol and then the chairman of vocation, Engineer Margaret, I know, Engineer Margaret, I know, it was a FNSC. I don't want us to distract my president. Thank you. The chairman of the location, Engineer Margaret, FNSC. And all the dignitaries, you're welcome to this event. The distinguished guest of honor, engineer, the Honorable Minister of State for Works, yes.
Màá tẹ̀sí kọ́nẹ́tì ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣáà ṣe mú lọ́nà lọ sí ẹ̀jẹ̀ bá ń pe woman tó wà láǹkárá yìí tó lè tó wọ black and white.
The current president.
Ó nà ẹ̀ ti lọ́ọ̀kì kó máa bọ̀.
The current president. Engineer,
Ráàpù àti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ mo ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ we are in order má pè mí mọ́ we are in order we are in order. Ó máa rìkọ́dù lọ náà ẹ wò ó kí ló rìkọ́dù. Why is he waiting for the radio? Kó máa ṣiṣẹ́ lọ náà. Òun sì ó yẹ kó máa gbọ́ àwọn tó ń pè sí ìtọ́ ń dìde wájú ni. Ó funfun bá kan. Okay, orí screen ló fi ọkàn. Ẹni yẹn ó ga ju podium yẹn lọ, ó yẹ kó tún kúrò bẹ́ẹ̀. To open the phone, the phone is blocked.
Colleagues, gentlemen and ladies of the press, you're welcome. I'd like to call on the CPC chairman, the conference planning committee chairman, engineer Award
Sorry.
also has the president of APWEN. Can we please applaud her?
Thank you. Ẹ̀rẹ̀ ti fẹ́ gbẹ̀mí mi látàárọ̀. Wọ́n fẹ́ gbẹ̀mí mi Ọlọ́run nígbà fún wọn. Ó ní wàhálà lóko rẹ̀ sí.
The chairman of the occasion, Mrs. Margaret Arena of Butala Excellency, the president of Nigerian Society of Engineers, and our pride, the first female president. Good morning, ma'am. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the conference planning committee of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of APWEN, I warmly welcome you.
Power on.
Ade, can you hear me? You can hear me. One. Can you hear me?
And the privilege to serve as chairman of the design committee and to see our collective vision.
Can you hear me now? You can hear me. Okay, good.
In Ibadan, Oyo State.
Kí lorúkọ ọmọ yín yẹn? Ayo, can you hear me? You can hear me? Good. Àyànfẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ báyìí.
So there is solution. We will not be more timely at a period when our nation is striving to push.
Adé àti Tábà kó máa wọ ẹ̀yìn. You are on now. You are on now, Adé. You are on.
Engineering innovation remains a critical driver. This
Irọ́.
highlight how
Okay, mo bọ̀.
women here can lead the transformation
Okay.
of our manufacturing sector with creativity, resilience, and technological advancements. Over the next few days, participants will engage in thought-provoking sessions, technical presentations, founding mothers, our partners, and all participants whose presence adds to value to this conference. It is my hope that the ideas generated here will not only enrich our professional practice, but also translate into actionable solutions that will shape Nigeria's industrial future. Once again, I welcome you all to the 2025 APWEN conference. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, share, and inspire one another as we work toward a stronger, more innovative Nigeria. Thank you for coming. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, the CPC chair. Engineer, while you spoke softly here. Since January 2025, we started meeting almost every other Sundays, planning this event. And then either you have good network or not, you must make sure you join the meeting. And then towards the event, it became consistent. Thank you very much for being here today, and we're grateful to God for this event. I'd like to call on my president, Engineer Dr. Adebisi R. Osim, FNSC, for our welcome address. Thank you. I think she deserves a louder round of applause.
our chairman of occasion, our own president of Nigerian Society of Engineers, the first female president, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, FNSC, our keynote speaker, Professor Abdusalam, our guest speakers, Engineer Professor Ashiru, and other guest speaker in our midst this morning, our past presidents, founding members of APWEN, vice president of NSC present, fellow member of NSC, chapter chair and ESCO member of APWEN, fellow ESCO of APWEN, our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen of the press, good morning. I stand before you with immense pride and gratitude. I welcome each and every one of you here at the International Conference Center, Ibadan, for 2025 APWEN International Conference Exhibition and Annual General Meeting. Today marks the culmination of a year of reckless dedication to empower women engineers and drive Nigerians' progress. Our team, revitalizing Nigerian manufacturing sector through innovation engineering solutions, remind us that engineers are indeed building Nigerian future. One innovation step at a time. As we open this conference, let us reflect on extraordinary year that was 2025 for APWEN. This has been a year of bold actions, transformative impacts, and unbreakable spirit. We have not only encouraged, enhanced, and excelled, as our motto states, but we have ignited passions, bridge divides, and create lasting change across Nigeria. When you look at encourage, let me take you through some of our flagship activities that we define this year. The 6th edition of Maya Madetiba Technical Bootcamp is a beacon of STEM empowerment. Over 150 young girls dove into hands-on experiments, challenges, learning about solar energy, sustainable designs, and material science. These results were inspiring. That we have 60% of participating students voice a desire to pursue engineering career. And we are fortified by the partnership with Anno Gas Processing Company Limited for future sponsorships. Yes, we innovate further emphasis, post-CAM mentorship, and better preparation. FundSTEM 2, sponsored by Woolley Foundation, with the team Expand Horizon in STEM education, is a professional development across Nigeria, an innovative project designed to significantly enhance the qualities and accessibility of STEMs, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education, and professional development in Nigeria. This expanded version has reached a broader and more diverse audience across Nigeria's geopolitical zones. This project primarily have increased STEM literacy and leadership skills among Nigerian youth, focusing on promoting primarily gender balance and inclusivity. This included enhanced learning experience and advanced digital resources that make STEM education more engaging, relevant, and accessible to a wide range of learners. Advanced STEM workshops, interactive section covering robotic, coding, renewable energy, and fashion-made STEMs. Leadership masterclass, developing leadership and problem-solving skill among participants. The project has impacted 300 students, 100 educators, and 100 APWEN members with 25 PKNs, male inclusion promotion, gender inclusivity, fostering a mindset conducive to innovation and problem solving. This along with economic and social development, SDG 8. The project contributes to sustain economic growth. Our outreach extended to grassroots level with competition that sparked joy and ambition. In Calabar, introducing a guide to engineering. We have 100 who have participated in that and they were imparted. We have a girl to engineering. We have women in girl in science, reach out to 100 people awarding scholarship for 4 winners nationwide. Nationwide, we have Who Wants to Be an Engineer competition, where we honor our late president, engineer Fumilola Kikelomo Ojelade. And at the end of it was a competition among zone, where we have Meduguri taking first, Abuja and Asaba claiming top among the students receiving prizes and scholarship. In Port Harcourt, we have World Engineering Day, STEM Forum, involving 20 schools, granting scholarship for 4 winners. Gombe World Engineering Day saw 10 schools competing with 3 winners. Every child left with gifts at the end of the program. Exams. Professional growth was equally robust. The town and gown event connected academia and industry, offering internship, cash prizes, as well as fostering networking with global experts. Our webinar was a virtual powerhouse, fostering knowledge in the community. Throughout the year from January to February, we have several programs, a transformative program that we had. This has impacted our members. The impact profound, we've touched over 2,000 lives, boosted STEM's interests, awarded scholarship, and promoted gender balance in engineering. The impact is not just for urban people, but the rural dwellers. Also, feel are in touch. Our members have secured promotional startup ventures and influence policies, contributing to Nigerian GDP through innovative manufacturing ideas. Yet, as we celebrate, we acknowledge challenges, funding gaps, equipment needs, and call for more mentorship. This fuel our expectation of 2026 years of expansion. We will expand boot camps with IoTs and smart grid, introducing STEM certificates, track long-term import, and secure more sponsorship to reach 500 participants. We'll advocate for apprenticeship, integrated technology in career talks, and launch a Women Engineering Innovation Fund. Imagine scholarship for women and tech incubators and policies ensuring participation in manufacturing. The APWEN and Gampronga aim to build the gap between academia and industry and has been very successful, and some of our young engineers and students have secured internship positions in reputable companies. Excel. APWEN members have excelled in various fields, holding esteemed global in engineering. We will hear from policy experts, industry leaders, and global voices on how to reposition Nigerians' manufacturing sector, explore exhibition and groundbreaking innovation developed by engineers that are industry resilient, and engage in network sessions that connect young engineers with mentors, employers, and inventors. The conference is not just about talk, it is about action. Our resources will form a policy and industry advice document, which APWEN will share with the governments and stakeholders. Dear colleagues, this conference is your platform. Engage with luminous and chair, like our chairman, Engineer Margaret Oguntaya, FNSC, our special guest of honor, Engineer Professor Sibero Abubakar, our keynote speaker, and Professor Nasri Abdusalam, our guest speaker, Mrs. Olubukola Adubi. Network, innovate, and collaborate to revive manufacturing. As APWEN president,
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please will you join me as we receive, upstanding please, as we receive Her Excellency, Engineer Tamuno Minini Makinde. Let's go now. Sorry, would like to receive His Excellency, the Acting Governor of Oyo State, Barrister Abdul Rahim Adebayo Lawal. Good morning, sir, and thank you for being here. He is the Acting Governor of Oyo State, the father of the state, the host, and who has made our stay very comfortable. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your partnership with Thank you for the reception you gave the women engineers. Thank you for the promises and even the innovative center you're about to build in your state, courtesy of APWEN. We appreciate you for loving us and thank you for being here. Welcome, sir. Please, you may.
You are welcome, sir. As APWEN president, my expectation is simple, that we leave Ibadan not only with knowledge, but with commitment, partnership, and renewed determination to build a stronger, innovative, and inclusive Nigeria. To our students here today, you have the future, explore mentorship opportunity from the experienced female engineers. Learn what is needed to navigate the world, which is global and technological. Engage in every section and make your attendance count. Every session you attend, every exhibition you see is a reminder you too can shape the destiny of the nation. To our partners, let us collaborate to expand apprenticeship, internship, and scholarship. To our government leaders, support engineering-led policies that will empower our industries. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Nigerian manufacturing sector lies not in an imported solution, but in a homegrown innovation driven by Nigerian engineers. That is why we are here. That is why we must succeed. In closing, let us remind of the word of the late 16th president of engineer Fumilola Kikelomo Ojelade, who we celebrated this year during the International Day of Girls in ICT. She believed in the potential of young women to lead in digital age, to shape the future, and to drive innovation. Our legacy is a constant reminder that we must continue to break barriers and empower the next generation. Thank you, and God bless you all. I declare it open in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you very much, our president. Please put your hands together for the president of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, Engineer Dr. Adebisi R. Osim. Thank you, Ma FNSC, the fellow of Nigerian Society of Engineers. And once again, you're welcome, our acting governor, Barrister, His Excellency Barrister Abdul Rahim Adebayo Lawal. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. Thank you very much. At this point, as we continue with the order of program, I would like to most respectfully call for the chairman's opening remark. Our very own, our own, the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, engineer, please put those hands together as she comes up, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala. She is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Chemical Engineers, the very first female president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. It is an honor to have her as the chairman of this occasion. Please put your hands together for our own, who is doing great and transforming the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Proud to call her our own. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. It's a great delight to be with my own. Up, APWEN. I didn't hear that. Thank you. of the governor of Borno State. So I'll start with the host excellency, Engineer Tamuno Minini Makinde, MNSC, and Engineer Dr. Habiba Umara Zulum, FNSC. You will notice the MNSC and FNSC. Engineer Dr. Habiba Umara Zulum was approved as a fellow at the last council of NSC here in Ibadan. And we already have the application of that of Her Excellency, Engineer Tamuno Minini Makinde. I believe that it will also be at the next council, and both of them will be conferred here in Ibadan as fellows of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Please give them a very big round of applause. Very distinguished guests, President of APWEN, my president, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be here today to join you as the chairman of this year's APWEN International Conference and Annual General Meeting. I am truly delighted to be part of this very crucial gathering. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the Executive Committee and members of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, APWEN, for the warm reception and the courtesies extended to me and my entourage. Your gracious hospitality is, as always, deeply appreciated. APWEN as an embodiment of excellence and professionalism. APWEN has continued to stand out as a shining example of excellence, professionalism, and leadership within our society. Time and again, the association has upheld the core objectives of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, particularly in the area of capacity development. Your tireless efforts in organizing knowledge-sharing platforms and development programs is highly commendable. I thought you would want to give yourselves a good round of applause. I also commend APWEN for its strong and consistent contributions to national development, particularly through its well-curated and insightful discourses. This year's conference, with the theme, Revitalizing Nigeria's Manufacturing Sector through Innovative Engineering Solutions, is particularly apt. The manufacturing sector remains a critical pillar of our national economy, and we must continue to explore innovative engineering-driven solutions to unlock its full potentials. I would like to especially acknowledge and thank the top government officials, captains of industry. I can see here my sister, the Managing Director and CEO of MyCom Cables, for being part of this event. You are indeed development partners, stakeholders, and our collaborators in the development of Nigeria. I would also like to thank distinguished speakers and panelists who have dedicated their valuable time to lead the conversations and would continue during this conference. Your wealth of knowledge and insights will no doubt inspire meaningful dialogue and outcomes. I came back from Uganda about 2 days ago. I was there for the annual African Engineering Week. And something happened there that I'd like to share with you all today. The African Engineering Week was initiated, the one that was held in Uganda was the 9th. And it was also the 11th UNESCO African Engineering Week. At that conference, I realized how well we Nigerians are respected outside the shores of the country. I realized how much some of us have contributed to the growth of engineering in Africa, particularly where it concerns women engineers. And I'd like to call out somebody who was recognized specially at that conference for being the initiator of the African Engineering Forum since in 2018. Engineer Valerie Ifekwagberagba, please come forward. At the conference, I was invited as a special guest, and little did I know that I was walking into something special. Many of us did not know, and I did not know. So it means that we do not celebrate our own, and yet we are celebrating. I was told that it was when Valerie was the chairwoman in engineering for FAO that she initiated that African Women Forum. That forum has grown from strength to strength. And it has become so big now that international participants come from all over the world to attend. Thank you very much for doing us proud. We are very proud of what you have achieved, and we shall continue to celebrate our own here in Nigeria as well. You may go back. At that conference, I was also given an award as the first female president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers in its 67 years of existence. And it says a lot about diversity and inclusion. We all know the importance of diversity and the different perspectives that we are able to get when we do intentionally, and I mean intentionally, ensure that there is indeed diversity and inclusion in all that we do in engineering. Engineering is the bedrock of development, and we must continue as engineers and great stakeholders of this nation to bear in mind the fact that we are torch bearers wherever we find ourselves. So I would like to implore everyone here, APWEN members, anywhere that you find yourself, please remember that you are a great ambassador of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Once you keep that in mind, excelling will be no problem for you. And on this note, I'd like to invite you all to the 2025 International Engineering Conference and Annual General Meeting of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, which will be holding here in this hall, actually, from December 1 to December 5, 2025. The theme of this year's conference is Engineering Innovation for a Sustainable Blue Economy. This theme aligns perfectly with today's discussions, reflecting a growing global commitment to applying engineering innovation for the sustainable use and preservation of our oceans and aquatic ecosystems. As the largest engineering gathering in sub-Saharan Africa, the conference attracts over 6,000 participants, including engineers, academics, and I'm glad that Professor Tony Ashiru, FNSC, FENG is here, industry leaders, policymakers, and development partners from around the world. I encourage every member here to register and make plans to be a part of this landmark event. You can get the full information from the website, the conference website, or better still, the NSC membership app. On this note, and at this juncture, I hereby declare the 2025 APWEN International Conference Exhibition and Annual General Meeting open for God and for our profession. Thank you.
Can we please put our hands together for the chairman of the occasion, the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Thank you, Ma, for the chairman opening remarks. Thank you so much. Please, can we warmly applaud her? Thank you. As we go on, just before I call on our keynote, I'd like to recognize the national chairman of the Association of Women Town Planners in Nigeria, who is one of our guests of honor, TPL Rekiat Facha FNIYP. You're welcome, man. Thank you for being here. And of course, we're informed that on the entourage of the acting governor, we have a lot of commissioners and permanent secretaries here. You're all welcome, and thank you for being here. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. We have a board member of the North Central Development Commission, Southwest representative, our own Engineer Atinuke Rola Owolabi, FNSC. Thank you, Ma, for being here, the immediate past chairman of Lagos. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to most respectfully call on our keynote speaker for today as I take his citation, Professor Nasser Abdul Salam. He is the MD at Ajaokuta Steel Company. Please, can we put our hands together as he comes on the stage for the reading of his citation and his keynote address. You're welcome, Prof. Professor Nasser Abdul Salam is a distinguished academic, esteemed public policy advisor, and the current managing director of Ajaokuta Steel Company Limited, appointed to this strategic national role by His Excellency, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu in April of 2025. Professor Abdul Salam possesses a formidable and multifaceted academic portfolio. His foundational training is in the core sciences, earning a Bachelor's of Science degree in physics from the University of Abuja, where he graduated at the pinnacle of his class. This academic excellence paved the way for his rapid retention as a graduate assistant and his subsequent ascent through the academic ranks to the esteemed position of the Professor of Applied Geophysics in 2023. He further earned his expertise with a master's and a doctorate degree in applied geophysics from the same institution. Demonstrating a profound commitment to interdisciplinary scholarship and policy-relevant knowledge, Professor Abdul Salam expanded his qualifications with a Master's of Science in Climate Change and Global Energy Policy from the University of London, United Kingdom in the year 2023. His academic pursuits also encompasses the political sciences, evidenced by a master's degree in election and party politics from the University of Benin. His professional experience seamlessly bridges the gap between theoretical scholarship and practical application in governance. Prior to his current appointment, he served at the highest level of public service, providing strategic counsel as the technical advisor to the Honorable Minister of Steel Development and as a senior advisor to the Director General of the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies. As a scholar, Professor Abdul Salam is a prolific contributor to the field of applied geophysics. His extensive research, documented through numerous publications on platforms like Google Scholar and ResearchGate, has gathered international recognition. He has been invited to present his findings and insights at prestigious conferences across the globe, including the United Kingdom and China, the United Arab Emirates, Canada, and Italy. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Physics and maintains active membership in several premier professional organizations, including the Nigerian Mining and Geosciences Society, and the Society of Exploration Geophysics in the United States, underlining his dedication to upholding global best practices within his field. Professor Abdulsalam's unique combination of deep technical knowledge, scholarly achievements, and high-level policy experience makes him exceptionally qualified to lead and revitalize a national asset of Ajaokuta steel significance. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, help me receive our keynote speaker, Professor Nasir Abdulsalam, the Managing Director at Ajaokuta Steel Company, for his keynote address. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir.
Thank you very much. All the executives of APWEN, fellows of fellows of Nigeria Society of Engineers that are here, distinguished commissioners of Oyo State, and very distinguished Nigerians that are here, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today at this very important gathering. A conference organized by the Association of Professional Women Engineers in Nigeria to deliver this keynote address on the theme, Revitalizing Nigeria's Manufacturing Sector through Innovative Engineering Solutions. This theme is not only timely, but also deeply significant to Nigeria's current developmental trajectory. As a nation seeking sustainable economic growth, diversification beyond oil and global competitiveness, the conversation about how we can reawaken our manufacturing sector is both urgent and unavoidable. The last summit we held in Abuja on steel development in Nigeria in the second week of August, I asked, when I was given the opportunity to speak, I asked, and in the presence of Vice President of Nigeria, that how many of us have visited Ajaokuta Steel Company? Of course, I couldn't get as many as 10 hands, you know? And of course, that is still the pivotal manufacturing company in Nigeria for over 4 decades. For manufacturing to survive, for us to get it right, Ajaokuta must lead. For me, let us ground ourselves in what we understand by manufacturing. What do we actually understand by manufacturing? Manufacturing refers to the process of control, logic addition. Ultimately, it's creating production that generates job, global path to self-reliance, technological advancement, and national security. When I got as far as technological advancement is concerned, but we will make it happen to get all of you engaged. So one of the things we must be intentional about is to make production that will engage our massive youth. By so doing, we will have addressed more than 80% of our insecurity. Yet, as we know, the sector has struggled in recent years, contributing less than 10% to the nation's GDP. According to the first quarter of 2025 gross domestic product report by the National Bureau of Statistics, the manufacturing sector contributed only 9.62% to real GDP. The challenge before us is clear. How do we inject innovation, engineering excellence, and strategic thinking to revive this critical sector? To appreciate these challenges before us, it is important to reflect briefly on how Nigeria's manufacturing sector has evolved over the years. The historical trajectory reveals not only the ambitions that have driven past policies, but also the recurring obstacles that continue to shape its present realities. This historical perspective provides the context for understanding where we stand today and the urgency of starting a more innovative path moving forward. The manufacturing sector in Nigeria has experienced fluctuations over the years, influenced by various economic policies, political factors, and external shocks. Between the 1970s and 80s in Nigeria, we appeared to be getting it right in manufacturing. And our then leaders, our forefathers, of course, thought it very wise that for us to make progress, for us to be recognized globally, for us to lead Africa, the manufacturing sector must take a lead. And various agencies, various production companies were set up, including Ajaokuta and various rolling mills across the 6 geopolitical zones. But let's look at what happened to those things. Between 1970 and 80, Nigeria's manufacturing sector showed satisfactory growth. During this period, driven by government support and investment in infrastructure, the decline set in shortly after 1980. Nigeria's manufacturing sector began to decline due to a series of political and policy changes, as well as external economic shocks. The oil price shocks, policy reversals, trade restrictions, and geopolitics. And difficulties also in accessing raw materials and spare parts severely affected outputs and capacity utilization. According to one of our brothers, Adenukiju and Chete, growth rate falls sharply during this era, and many subsectors saw sustained contradiction. Until this moment, we are still struggling, we are still battling, we are still thinking, we are still making policy, we are having so many policies from our sort on how to get these things right in the manufacturing sector. The manufacturing sector suffered from neglect and policy inconsistencies, which hindered its growth and development. The country's over-reliance on oil exports led to a decline in production from the manufacturing sector. In recent years, there has been a recognition of the importance of the manufacturing sector in driving economic growth and development. Efforts have been made to revitalize the sector, including investment in skills development programs and vocational trainings. A lot of us realize that even in our educational curriculum, you realize that technical education, I don't know what is happening in your state, but technical education has been subdued with supposedly conventional curriculum. I mean, we no longer have, or we have very little of our young people that are trained as carpenters, as automobile engineers at the level of technical schools. Nobody talk about technical schools any longer. Yet, we want to ensure that we have a productive manufacturing economy. Let's look at some of the challenges that has been facing Nigeria manufacturing sector. One of the first things to talk about is the inadequacy in infrastructure. That hinders growth. If I take Ajaokuta as a typical example, there was a time in this country for you to travel by our water between Lagos and Ajaokuta was just for you to get, I mean, what do you call it? A ship that will come all the way down to Ajaokuta because we're receiving importation of materials directly at our, what do you call it? At our own booth in Ajaokuta. But today, the story is different. When anybody visits Ajaokuta, they will tell you, oh, we would dredge. President Yaradua awarded the contract to dredge River Niger. Since then, the contracts were told was reverted by another government. Very sad. Limited access to advanced technologies, outdated infrastructure, and high-cost limited adoption of smart manufacturing technologies. Yesterday, I joined the train from Lagos to Ibadan. And I was telling my wife, I said, wow, we spent almost 3 hours or more from Lagos to Ibadan on train. When I was doing my PhD, I did part of my research in China. And as far back as that time, China was already enjoying fast train. Very recently, when we visited China with some government officials, a place that we would have traveled 9 hours by road, we went on fast train, 2.5 hours we were there. But if I had taken a vehicle from Lagos to Ibadan, I would have arrived in Ibadan much earlier than using the train. So I was asking myself, is this innovative? Is this economically viable for any businessman? I mean, these are things that should bog our minds. Skills gap, shortage of skilled labor, and brain drain affects productivity. Look at the banking sector. Most of our engineers are providing solutions in the banks. They have all left our country. Almost all of us seated in this hall, we have our young, energetic Nigerians that have left us. We know 1 or 2 persons that are supposed to be in the country working for the economic development of Nigeria, but they've all left this country. All right, so that is a serious gap. Policy inconsistencies, I've talked about that. Of course, lack of investment. Where you do not have interconnectivity of infrastructure, you can invest, it's not a good place for investment. So we must make the environment friendly. The environment must be friendly before anybody can decide to bring his investment. Dependence on oil. Of course, we all know the stories about our dependence on oil. And we know that for a country like Nigeria, it's not sustainable. And we are gradually approaching that stage. inadequate skills development. Yeah, I was impressed when I was given the program of APWEN, and I saw one of the things you represent is mentorship and training of the young people. I mean, that's the very key thing that we must all be intentional about in this country. We must think about what happened to the next generation. What do we tell our kids as our contribution to the development of our country? We must transfer whatever, as little as we know, we must transfer it to the next generation. And we must plan for them to learn better than us. Revitalization is not about doing the same old things harder. No matter how much you make effort, you must change your strategy. If you continue to do these things the same way, I mean, you continue to get the same results. It is about rethinking, re-engineering, and of course, innovating across the value chain. When APWEN says they are these, we are this, we are that, I didn't see that we are innovating. For you to provide solution as engineers, you must also what? Innovate. When you design, you must innovate. You must be creative. Allow me to highlight 5 dimensions where innovative engineering solutions are indispensable. Product design and innovation. Moving beyond raw exports and basic goods to high-value products through design engineering. Developing locally suited technologies, such as agricultural machinery, adopted for Nigerian terrains, or modular housing materials for urban centers. When I get to the story of Ajaokuta, I will tell you what we have done in terms of modular. We have innovatively created something that we feel can work for us. Process optimization and automation. We must apply the Industry 4.0 technologies, the robotics, the AI, the IoT, and of course, advanced solutions to improve efficiency. We must reduce waste and of course, enhance precision. It's no time to continue to waste time. We must be precise. We must understand what we want, and we should move straight to what our researches must address our challenges. It shouldn't be for the purpose of making publications alone. Your publications should address issues that can change our future. For example, smart factories in Asia and Europe now use predictive maintenance to minimize downtime. Nigerian industries can adopt these models. For those of us that visit Asia in particular, China in particular, they are one of the leading giants. We know what they are doing. I won't mention the Nigerian leader who visited China with us recently. And in our hotel, he saw a machine that was taking food to someone's room. And he was in the lift. He was like, hey, come, I'm seeing something here. All right, they have reduced human interference. And when you reduce human interference, you have also addressed the subject of corruption. Energy and sustainability solutions, engineering innovations, energy efficient production processes to reduce costs, integrating renewable energy into factories to ensure power reliability where grid is unstable. This particular sector is still looking virgin in Nigeria. A lot of publications around solar, a lot of stories around some other renewable energies. But again, we have not been able to convert this for manufacturing in Nigeria. Materials engineering and substitution. Developing new alloys, composites, and polymers that are lighter, stronger, and more cost-effective. Promoting local raw materials beneficiation. Of course, the typical example is steel. We all know the stories of Nigeria Iron Ore Company in Itakwe. There is usually these stories about, the iron ore content the iron content in our iron ore is not enough. Of course, those are our leaders that managed the company initially. What they did was to beneficiate, to see how to increase the value. All right. But beyond what we're having there, there are new value chains that are coming now. We also have human capital and engineering capacity. I've talked about this before. Legislation requires people as much as machine. All right. So we are the people. We must innovate. We must give solutions as much as we want to create or manufacture machines. Continuous training, upskilling, and fostering innovation ecosystems where engineers, researchers, and entrepreneurs collaborate. Oftentimes, you know, it's only in this part of the world that we try to keep what we know. We don't want to collaborate with some other people. The whole idea of whatever we are doing as scientists, as engineers, is to ensure that we make contribution to the development of our country. So whoever you have seen, I mean, a different professional body, a different individual who is not of the same profession with you, whom you know can collaborate with you and make money out of what you are doing. Come on, let's do that. I mean, that's the only way we can make advancement. So I briefly look at a few countries, and these are countries that I have visited, and but I'm not going to bug you with that. But I spoke about Germany. We know what they are doing. India, of course, we know the story of India, the made in India, and how our president have also adopted the made in Nigeria thing as Nigeria first. That whatever that we produce in Nigeria, we must stop the importation. So for us as engineers, for us as professionals within the sector, this is an opportunity for us to make money, not just to make name. Whatever you can produce in Nigeria, the importation must be stopped. And I will tell you what we are doing in Ajaokuta when I get there. Then South Korea also, Japan, and of course, China. China, in the history of human race, China remains the country that have used their local technology from imitation to innovation. And they have taken 800 million people out of poverty in 40 years. China remains the only country. Initially, we were all condemning Chinese products. When their phones came out, oh, you are using Chinese phone. Who talks about that today? Nobody. We don't even remember that again. Because they have been able to scale it up. So we can take lessons from these countries. Let us innovate what can work for us. What is good for our own terrain. Nigerians must therefore draw lessons from these global experiences. It is not enough to focus solely on production targets or short-term industrial outputs. Policy frameworks must be deliberately aligned with engineering innovation, ensuring that technological advancements are fully integrated into the nation's manufacturing strategies. In addition, long-term investments must be systematically channeled into research and development, modern infrastructure, and the continuous development of technical and managerial skills. Building such an ecosystem will enable Nigeria to harness innovation, enhance productivity, and strengthen domestic industries. By thoughtfully adapting these proven international strategies to its own economic, social, and industrial realities, Nigeria can lay the foundation for sustainable manufacturing revitalization, create employment opportunities, boost competitiveness, and ultimately drive inclusive national growth. Now, in the subject of revitalizing manufacturing sector, as engineers, we all know that central to this is the development of what? Of the steel sector. So the centrality of steel to innovative engineering solutions. Amid all of this, one fact remains constant. Steel is the bedrock of manufacturing. From machine tools to vehicles, from rails to skyscrapers, no country industrializes without steel. Thus, any conversation about revitalizing the manufacturing sector must include serious reflection on how to secure reliable, affordable, and high-quality steel supply. Imagine a manufacturing ecosystem in which raw materials, intermediate products, and final goods move seamlessly between industries. In that ecosystem, steel produced affordably and reliably domestically will reduce production costs, shorten lead times, and enable manufacturers to compete both locally and internationally. Your Excellency, the acting governor of Oyo State, at this point, allow me to briefly reflect on Ajaokuta Steel Project, not as the subject of today's lecture, but as an illustrative example. Nigeria's steel consumption is estimated to be over 7.5 metric tons per year. The country spends annually over $4 billion on the import of steel and allied products, whereas a completed and functional Ajaokuta steel plant can restfully and massively reduce importation of steel into the country, bringing up a mind-boggling growth in the Nigerian economy. Ajaokuta steel represents the strategic backbone of Nigeria's industrialization. Without a functioning steel industry, manufacturing remains stunted, as steel is a critical input for machinery, infrastructure, and virtually every aspect of production. Oh, wow, okay. Well, I will just highlight a few things that I expect our engineering community to do regarding manufacturing and ultimately steel. That's partnership with Ajaokuta Steel Projects on research and development and supply chain localization, provide technical expertise, mentorship programs, and co-investment in skills training, support standards development and market linkages to ensure product uptake. To the professionals in this room, especially the remarkable women engineers of APWEN, I call on you to bring your expertise to bear in design, project management, material science, and the governance reforms that a modern steel industry requires. Your voice, your unique voice in that, for that matter, use the advantage of your gender, your technical leadership, and your commitment to ethical practice are obligatory and crucial. All right. So for Ajaokuta, we know where we are coming from. We're not going to bug you about where we are coming from. Where are we now? When I got to Ajaokuta in April, the first thing I did, Your Excellency, the gates that leads to the administrative block of Ajaokuta was as old as the company itself. I had a meeting with my engineers, the head of my engineering department. And I said, come on, can't we design something that will give this place a better outlook? I gave them 48 hours. In 24 hours, my engineers gave me a design that replaces what we have there. What does that tell us? We have people that are innovative. We have people that are actually ready to work for this country. So what are we doing now? In recent years, successive governments have taken steps to revive the project. A major breakthrough came in 2022. We all know the story of Ajaokuta and the Indian company, of course, which came to an end in 2022. It lingers for about 20 years. But as of today, Ajaokuta is 100% owned by the federal government of Nigeria. When we discovered that our blast furnace was not working, we cannot continue to tell the Nigerian people stories. Again, I charged the engineers because engineers are solution providers. And I asked, what can we do? What are the low-hanging fruits that we can use? And I'm glad to report to this gathering, and indeed to Nigerians, that as of today, we have what we call a modular blast furnace in Ajaokuta that is working, that can take a temperature of 0 to about 280 degrees Celsius. And with that picture, you can do quite a number of science. And that is what we are doing. And in doing that, we have been able to mold and produce manhole covers, which is almost ready now to supply FCT. We are producing crushers. We are producing railway sleepers. Yes, you must have watched on TV last week where we signed an MOU with Nigeria Railway Corporation. We are now the one maintaining the entire wheels for the Nigeria Railway Corporation. I mean, I didn't say we want to. We are doing that already. So for us, Ajaokuta is back. We are working, and we know that when Ajaokuta works, just with this little that we are doing, I've been able to employ over 40 people. You know, I didn't know them from Adam because I was only looking for those that can work for the country. Your Excellency, sir, I'm about to be intimidated. But it is not Uhuru yet. The ultimate goal of Ajaokuta, which is central to manufacturing, is to produce liquid steel. Our blast furnace must work. We are at advanced stage. We're not going to reveal certain things here. With highly competitive steel production companies across the globe. Over 8 companies have applied to us to want to collaborate. They have come for technical visits. Your Excellency, sir, it is important to say that 3 of these companies have told us in their, in their reports that within 6 to 10 months, our blast furnace can produce liquid steel. So yes, it is not politics. It is what we have told President Tinubu, and President Tinubu is in receipt of that report. So for us, Ajaokuta can work. Ajaokuta is going to work. And in about a year, we know that the story of Ajaokuta and Nigeria is going to change. Conclusively, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, let me round up. In closing, let me emphasize that the story of Nigeria's manufacturing sector, and indeed of Ajaokuta Steel Project, is not merely about machines, plants, or policies. It is about a vision of national transformation, powered by innovation and anchored on the ingenuity of our people. If we choose to act with urgency, unity, and purpose, we can convert decades of deferred dreams into a reality that uplifts generations to come. Let us therefore move beyond lamentations and embrace the boundless possibilities before us. The tools, the talents, and the opportunities are already in our hands. What remains is the courage to act. Great nations are not built by chance, but by choice. If we choose today to commit to innovation-driven industrialization, we will not only revive our industries, but also reshape the destiny of our nation. For indeed, innovation is the bridge between vision and reality, and through it, Nigeria can claim her rightful place as an industrial leader on the African continent and beyond. Revitalizing the Nigerian manufacturing sector through innovative engineering solutions requires a multifaceted approach that addresses challenges, leverages opportunities, and fosters collaboration. By adopting smart manufacturing technologies, investing in infrastructure, and promoting public-private partnerships, Nigeria can unlock the potential of a manufacturing sector and drive economic growth. As we commit to this vision, let us also reaffirm the importance of national assets like Ajaokuta Steel Project, not only for their economic potentials, but for their symbolic value as testaments to Nigeria's industrial ambition. Together, let us engineer a future where Nigeria factories hum with activity, where our people take pride in locally made goods, and where our nation stands tall as a hub of innovation and productivity. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies.
Thank you very much, Speaker, Professor
Nasir Nahim Abdul Salam, the MD of Ajaokuta Steel Company. Thank you very much. My Dean of Faculty of Technology is here. If this is an engineering lecture, what unit course will it be in UI? It will be a 7-unit course that you must pass. So when a professor is a keynote speaker, you shouldn't expect less. Thank you very much, Prof, for giving us this. And that's what happens when you have technocrats involved in handling things in Nigeria. There was something he said, amongst all the technical things we've listened to, he said, great nations are not built by chance, but by choice. And I believe that female engineers, we have our president here, the chairman of the occasion, the NSC president, has taken the choice to ensure that female engineers, male engineers in Nigeria are doing the best to build Nigeria. Can we applaud ourselves? And I wouldn't leave this stage without reiterating the question: how many women were engaged in those employment statistics you gave us? So as APWEN, we'll follow up because data is critical. We would follow up, and then we can bet and tell you that you are not just going to employ them because they are female, not by gender, but because they also have the technical capacity to work at Ajaokuta Steel Company. My president, I'm sure we're going to follow up on that. And the Ajaokuta Steel Company would at least give us 50-50, 50% male, 50% female engineers. Prof, I can see you nodding. 50% male, 50% female at the next engagement. All right. With the approval of the chairman of the occasion, please permit me to quickly take these 2 recognitions and then we'll go to the next item on the agenda. Engineer Esther Oyerunke Oluniyi, FNSC Director, Department of Irrigation and Drainage, we recognize you. Our own engineer Olanike Ogunbono, FNSC, Permanent Secretary, Ogun State Local Government Service Commission, we recognize you. I'd like to bring upstage the acting governor of Oyo State, the pace setter state, the state that is hosting us now. And in December, they are still hosting us again. We need to give him not a round of applause, but a standing ovation. I should bring upstage the acting governor of Oyo State, Barrister Abdulrahman Adebayo Lawal, as he gives us the welcome address for this opening ceremony. Please, can we applaud even when we're standing? Thank you very much.
May we be seated, please? Thank you very much. Actually, where you have a preponderance of the women at any occasion, the audience is always electrified, a warm, happy audience, and indeed encouraging audience. And that's why I'm highly delighted this morning to be in the midst of our women who have come all over the country, indeed from outside the country, to be part of this event. At the beginning, let me really welcome all of you and wish you all the best. And I hope at the end of this engagement, fruitful results will be achieved for the betterment of our country, Nigeria. So let me acknowledge the presence of in absentia this time around, presence of the First Lady of your state in absentia, Engineer Chief Tamunominini Makinde. I'm pretty sure that in a short while she will be here to be part of this engagement. I have also to recognize in absentia the presence of the First Lady of Borno State, Engineer Dr. Abiba Umara Zulum. I got the impression that she also will grace this occasion all the way from Borno State. The chairperson of today's occasion, I'm President, Nigeria Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aina Ogotala. You are duly recognized, and congratulations for being able to pull together engineers, great minds, rich minds in our nation. You have the singular honor to lead them. I congratulate you very profoundly. It's not easy, as you have indicated earlier on in your address. In the history of engineering society in Nigeria, you happen to be the #1 female engineer to lead that great society. So congratulations. I also have a president of Koren here, Engineer Professor Sadiq Subair Abubakar, and also the Pro-Chancellor, of course, and Chairman Council of Olabisi Onabanjo University, and Professor Oluwatoyin Ashiru. My VC. And when I say my VC, I mean my VC. The Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, Professor Kayode Adebowale. You are leading the greatest university in Nigeria. I was in an occasion yesterday, and people said University of Lagos and this and that. But I said, okay, all other universities in Nigeria are offshoots of the University of Ibadan. So you have the honor of really being the Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, and you are here seated with us. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Now, we just listened to a keynote address from Professor Absalam. Where are you, sir? Prof. That scintillating lecture threw more lights into challenges of engineering in Nigeria, and I believe that our women engineers will embrace the challenges, and we would have good outcomes. And because yesterday when I was paid a courtesy visit by the executive of APWEN, I really, from statistics and records, I know that our girls in schools the statistics are there. I'm not just trying to ingratiate our people here. It's evidence-based, it's statistical-based. And so it is not going to be out of place to really suck into your establishment, Ajaokuta Steel Company, competent female engineers, if you really want to make significant turnaround of that facility. And of course, you should count yourself blessed to give a keynote address, because if you talk to women, you are talking to the nation. So rather than being intimidated, I think you are being protected. And of course, let me appreciate the presence of the host and president, Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, APWEN, Engineer Dr. Adebisi Osim, and the chairman of Ibadan chapter of APWEN, Engineer Raimot Bisola Adabanija. All fellows of Nigerian Society of Engineers that are here, I recognize you. I have some of my colleagues in government, permanent secretaries, commissioners, and not only women commissioners, even male commissioners are here to grace this occasion. You are duly recognized. We have heads of ministerial departments and agencies of government. We also have security personnel, service commanders. General, you are recognized. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I've indicated that the executive of the APWEN paid a costly call on me yesterday, and we interacted, and I bore my mind to them, and they know where I stand with respect to female engineers, female students, and the impact that we'll expect from our female gender. And actually, globally, if you look at what is happening, drivers of industries globally are women. Good administrators are women. I dare say, and mark it, even good politicians are women. So it is with great joy and deep sense of duty that I welcome you all, APWEN and distinguished engineers, participants to Ibadan, the cradle of culture and learning, for this year's international conference theme, revitalizing Nigeria's manufacturing sector through innovative engineering solutions. This theme could not be timelier at a period when our nation seeks pathways to sustainable economic development and growth, industrial revival, and job creation. The call to harness innovation in engineering as the backbone of manufacturing could not be clearer. The theme, revitalizing Nigeria's manufacturing sector through innovative engineering solutions, challenges us to reimagine our industries, adopt cutting-edge technologies, and embrace new ideas that will transform Nigeria into a hub of productivity. And I think Professor Absalam, the keynote speaker, really dwelt in extenso on the trajectory from, for instance, middle of 60s to 70s and to middle of the 80s. I think that 20 years gap could be described in Nigeria as industrial revolution. That's when you had Ajaokuta, Steya, Pojo, Leland, here in Ibadan, Exide Battery, Isoglass, name it. That 20 years window really provided the base for industrial growth and development in Nigeria. He also opined, quite correctly in my view, that by the middle of the 80s, there has been gradual decline. Instead of following the trajectory, we had reversal of industrial growth in Nigeria. And if this theme of this conference reminds us of where we stand as of now, who we were between the middle of 60s and the middle of 80s when we had the industrial revolution in Nigeria. We could still, and we stand ready as a country with your efforts, with themes like these, which serves as reminder of where we were and where we are and where we should be or ought to be. This conference will provide solutions in that direction. So, the highlights, the truth, without engineering, there can be no sustainable industrial growth. That is given. So yesterday when the executive of APWEN visited me, we dwelled on engineering as provider of innovation and sustainable development. Absalam just indicated that China, for instance, some 20 years back, you picked a phone and say, China. And you use such a phone for handset for maybe 2-3 months. So it got damaged, it got exploded, but today, I think China is a giant on the global arena. To the extent that the level of poverty is significantly reduced, and China today is net creditor to even giant nations like the USA and Germany. Cross-check your facts. And that's why no nation can undermine Chinese government, even the USA. It's not by sheer population, 1.4 billion people, but it's because of the innovation in engineering and technology that even great nations like the US cannot really undermine the strength of China. Nigeria can go on that trajectory with teams like this and their commitment.
Thank you.
Engineering tells me that you can't just do things haphazardly. You must have basis, scientific basis for leveraging on whatever policies you want to put across. And that's why we stand ready to collaborate with APWEN. Whatever suggestions, whatever ideas that you have will be welcome in order for us to progress and move forward for the benefit of our people. And to that extent, we have prioritized innovation and inclusivity in our system, and really technical education that Professor Absalam had alluded to is on the front burner of this administration. And if you talk of technical education, you're talking of middle level education that you have. If people have their OND in a trade, maybe in civil engineering, maybe in electrical, maybe in whatever field of engineering, they can easily get employment. And there's such category of professionals anywhere in the world are in high demand because, yes, you need people with advanced education, but at the intermediate level, you need people who will maintain the facilities that you have on ground. And this is the focus of this administration in Oyo State. We are in a hall now. This is the International Conference Center. The air conditioners that are dotted around us were manufactured. But if you ask the VC seated there, we need to maintain the air conditioners. We need the mid-level personnel, engineers to do that. And they are in short supply, if I tell you. So I want to urge our engineers to really beam their searchlight along this particular cadre of engineering so that more and more of our people will get to engage in vocational profession to help our society. And so we have really, as a state, expanded access to technical and vocational education, and we are producing graduates ready to apply engineering knowledge directly to industry. And we do this through strategic infrastructure investment, and we are creating an enabling environment where manufacturing can thrive. We support STEM initiatives for young girls, and we're widening the pool of future innovators who will bring fresh solutions to Nigeria's industrial sector. And we're not leaving all of this at theoretical level. We are on the practical level. And as an example, just as Professor Absalam told us with Ajaokuta, we in Oyo State, we are making Fashola, which is quite a 30 minutes drive from this very location, as a hub ready to showcase both entrepreneurial capacity and engineering innovation in agriculture. Yesterday, when the executive paid a visit to me and we were interacting, I said, your visit is going to be interactive rather than a formal or formalistic approach. You speak, then another person speaks. No, let's interact. And what came out of our engagement was the fact that even in a Greek, we have realized that agricultural engineering is key to economic development. And I have kindly requested from them to submit something to us so that we can together collaborate and expand the scope of that particular sector of the economy. And of course, in this very hall, less than a month ago, I've had the occasion of really receiving AFTA. And Oyo State is the first subnational to key into this African agency. So we hosted them. I think the headquarters is in Ghana, and with several countries as members of AFTA. And the main focus is to reduce poverty in the land. There's no doubt in the fact that, well, Africa as a continent is not the subnational to that agency in Africa. Let me also say that APWEN has been instrumental in shaping policies, mentoring the next generation of female engineers, and driving community-based innovation, for which we are very grateful, because you are harnessing young minds, rich minds, and you are directing them in the right way for innovation and engineering. And this ensures that the skill and expertise of engineers are directly connected to industrial and economic agenda of not only Oyo State, but Nigeria. APWEN deepens collaboration and other professional engineering bodies to turn innovative ideas into practical policies that support manufacturing. We also invest in modern research and development within our tertiary institutions, ensuring that innovation directly feeds into industry. And I think Professor Absalam said something to that effect. And so we will promote inclusive engineering leadership by ensuring that women engineers play central role in Nigeria's manufacturing transformation. On this note, let me commend APWEN for choosing such a forward-looking theme. It is both a challenge and a roadmap. It compels us to ask, how do we harness the creativity of our engineers to power machines, design smarter systems, and unlock new opportunities in manufacturing? To our young engineers, especially women among us, this theme is your call to action. The future of Nigeria rests in your hands. Your ideas, your resilience, your courage to innovate will determine how far we go as a nation. I assure you that our administration will continue to provide the enabling environment for the ideas of this theme, revitalizing Nigeria's manufacturing sector through innovative engineering solutions to become our reality. Together, let us build a Nigeria where engineering innovation drives industrial strength and where manufacturing creates prosperity and where every citizen enjoys the benefits of sustainable development. Once again, on behalf of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Oluwaseyi Makinde, who incidentally is an engineer like you all, let me welcome you to Ibadan. And as you know, Ibadan is a city of first university, first skyscraper, which is engineering marvel, first stadium, first television station, the only city that harbors International Institute for Tropical Agric, and on and on and on ad infinitum. So here is Ibadan. And in the space of 5 days that this conference will last, I urge you to take advantage to visit so many of these historical sites so that it will add more to your knowledge of the city of Ibadan. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Acting Governor of Oyo State, Barrister Abdul Rahim Lawal. Thank you so much. And just arriving, we have the presence of Her Excellency, Engineer Tamuno Minini Makinde, the First Lady of Oyo State and the Vice Chairperson of the Nigerian Governor Spouses Forum. Engineer Tamuno Minini Makinde, you're welcome, ma. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for associating with the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria. Thank you very much, ma. Just right up, can we have the Oyo State anthem? Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us, Oyo State, the Pace State. Once again, I'd like to welcome to our midst Her Excellency, Engineer Tamuno Minini Makinde, the First Lady of Oyo State, a true daughter of the Kalabari Kingdom, River State, and a mother of Oyo State. We're glad to have you here, man. Thank you very much. I'd like to hand over to my co-MC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Han. The smile that resonated on your face when you were introducing the First Lady, now I know. Now I know. Your Excellencies, you're welcome to this event once again. While we allow the First Lady to settle in, I'd like to bring back upstage the acting governor of Oyo State. I'd like to bring you upstage. You know, women, we are good with gifts. We don't let you come the same way you came to meet us. So I'd like to invite my president. It's an opportunity to have the president and the president. I'd like to invite the president of the prestigious engineering institution in Africa and the winner of Vanguard Distinguished Professional of the Year 2025, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, FNSC. As you please join the APWEN president, Engineer Dr. Adebisi R. Osim, FNSC, to present the Governor's Award to the acting governor. I think the First Lady will join. Ma'am, I know you're settling in. Okay, thank you. Can we please, another round of applause, please? Thank you. Can we have the award for His Excellency? Thank you.
Your Excellency, on behalf of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, I have the honor and singular privilege of presenting this award to you on behalf of the Executive Governor of Oyo State, our own engineer, Oluwaseyi Makinde, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, as distinguished guest at the International Conference, Exhibition, and Annual General Meeting 2025 of the Society. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, media. With the approval of the chairman of the occasion, I'd like to invite our chief host, Professor Kayode Adebowale, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan, for a minute's welcome address. As a proud, I don't want to say UI and others, but that's it. I'm an alumni of the first university in Nigeria. I know it. All other, thank you very much.
You already know that there are 2 universities in Nigeria, University of Ibadan and others. When you are in the midst of women and ladies, you are always blessed. So it's a privilege for me to be here. Until very recently, we have 3 deputy vice chancellors in the University of Ibadan, and 2 of them are women. The executive governor of Oyo State, Engineer Seyi Makinde, fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, ably represented by the acting Governor, Barrister Abdul Rahim Adebayo Lawal, a great alumnus of the University of Ibadan. Engineer Tamuno Minini Makinde, Her Excellency, the First Lady of Oyo State, the President of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, First Woman President, Engineer Margaret Aino Okuntala, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Women Engineers in Nigeria, APWEN, our distinguished engineers, esteemed professionals in related fields, leaders of thought from industry and academia, invited guests, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to gingerly lean on the protocols that have been established. It is with immense pleasure and deep sense of pride that I welcome you all to the University of Ibadan, the Nigeria's premier university, on this very important conference that is organized by the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria. Let me especially commend the leadership and members of APWEN for your consistent commitment to advancing the engineering profession and for choosing our great institution as the host for a significant gathering. Your theme has been highlighted by the keynote address speaker, is revitalizing Nigeria's manufacturing sector through innovative engineering solutions. This theme is not only timely, but is critically urgent for the social-economic transformation of our nation, Nigeria. There is no gainsaying that the Nigerian manufacturing sector, once a beacon of hope and employment, has faced significant challenges over the decades. Issues such as infrastructural deficits, particularly in terms of power and transportation, limited access to financing, reliance on imported raw materials, and a complex regulatory environment have stifled growth and innovation. The consequence is that we have a sector that is operating far below its potential, impacting everything from job creation to GDP to our national security and also for self-sufficiency. However, within every challenge lies an opportunity, and it is precisely in this space of challenge that the ingenuity of engineering mind is most needed. The task of revitalization implies that we need a deliberate, strategic, and innovation intervention to breathe new life, energy, and efficiency into the sector. And this is the core mandate of engineering. The theme correctly identifies innovative engineering solutions as the catalyst for the revitalization. So what does this mean in practical terms? It means that we need to move far beyond conventional approaches to embrace smart manufacturing and industry for the fourth industrial revolution, renewable energy solutions, reverse engineering and local content development, waste to wealth technologies, agricultural bioengineering also. The conference is particularly significant because it is organized by the professional women engineers. The inclusion and the active participation of women in engineering is not merely a matter of equity. It is strategic imperative for national development. Diversity of thought is the bedrock of innovation. By bringing different perspectives, problem-solving approaches, and unique brand of resilience to the table, women engineers are poised to unlock solutions that might otherwise remain very, very elusive. And we can see that APWEN has consistently demonstrated this through its outreach program in schools, encouraging next generation of girls to see engineering as a viable and exciting career. I therefore charge you today to continue to be formidable force, breaking barriers and leading the charge in developing the innovative solutions we so desperately needed. The University of Ibadan is fully aligned with the objectives of this conference. Our Faculty of Technology, and I can see that the Dean of the Faculty of Technology of the University of Ibadan is there, is the hub of research and development, with academics and students actively engaged in projects ranging from material science to renewable energy to software engineering and robotics. We are committed to strengthening our linkages with industry, ensuring that our research does not end on the shelves of our libraries, but they are translated into tangible products and processes that will benefit today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the task of revitalizing Nigeria's sector is a collective one. It requires synergy of academia, of industry, of government and professional bodies like APWEN. This conference will provide a vital platform for cross-pollination of ideas, forging of partnerships and charting of creative pathway forward. As we deliberate over the next few days, I challenge you to think boldly, to propose practical solutions, and commit to actionable plans. Let the outcomes of this conference be clear blueprint that can be presented to policymakers and industry captains. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Prof. We appreciate. Can you please applaud him once again? That was so apt, succinct, and detailed. Thank you very much. Speaking on the theme of this conference, when you're talking about revitalizing the manufacturing section, know that innovative ideas is the way that can place Nigeria at the competitive stage with every other country in the world. And I believe that communique from this conference that will be presented to the government is something that we're going to follow up with accurate data and more information to ensure that we see the action plan after this session. So it's not all about technical session, but we are still going to act on it. Thank you very much, Prof, for your welcome address from the technical perspective. I'd like to, I'm aware that the keynote speaker is about leaving soon. Okay, he's doing an interview, that means still with us. I'd like to go into the technical session with the session of the guest speaker. With the approval of the chairman of the occasion, we go into the technical session. I'd like to call on Mrs. Olubukola Adubi, MD Micon Cables and Wire Limited, to please come up stage while we'll take a citation. All right, thank you very much. Bukola Adubi is a businesswoman with over 25 years of experience in various industries, including pharmaceuticals, re-engineering, consultancy, hospitality, and manufacturing. Our ability to operate in different industries demonstrates our efficiency as a consummate business manager, team leader, and goal-oriented professional. She has since acquired flawless expertise in quality assurance, development, project management, corporate governance, and risk management. Mrs. Adubi is the Chief Executive Officer of Micon Cables and Wires Limited, the first indigenous cable manufacturer and the current president of the Cables Manufacturers Association of the Nigerian, CAMA. She had a beneficial stint at Accenture Nigeria, where she was part of teams that transformed companies and businesses, helping them transform themselves, overcome uncertainties, and solve their most challenging problems. She is known for having been a critical pioneer member that midwifed the emergence of what has come to be widely known and accepted as the MyCom brand in the hotel and hospitality sector. With the MyCom Gulf hotel brand becoming one of the preferred hospitality locations in Nigeria at the time, a role as Chief Operating Officer, now CEO of MyCom Cables and Wires over the last decade, as are primarily responsible for strategic oversight, revenue generation, and the each free running of a large electrical cable manufacturing facility. She's also a professional pharmacist in the UK and Nigeria. She graduated with a Master of Pharmacy from the University of Manchester, UK, and is an alumnus of Cornell University, Ithaca, New York. She's currently pursuing a doctorate in business administration. She's married with 2 children. I give to you the 360 degrees woman, Bukola Adubi.
Good, very afternoon to everyone. I feel very, very honored to be here this morning. Just before I go into my talk, I want to say a very, very, very special thank you for being here. I am a very proud engineer by birth. I say that to everybody. By nature of the company I work with, which is MyCom Cables and Wires, it's a legacy company started by my parents. So the fact that I'm standing here running the same company is a fulfillment for me and a sign that Nigeria does work for the second generation to be standing. I also stand here in another capacity as the president of the Cable Manufacturers Association, which I know, thank you, which I know feeds a lot off of engineering. And of course, the fact that we are here at a women's forum gives me additional joy. You know, to see women at the top is one of my biggest priority. And I've taken it upon myself to mentor younger ladies to be sure that they can get to the top as well. So thank you once again for inviting me. And I'm just going to jump into the conversation. Permit me to please stand on the existing protocol that's been established. So distinguished and esteemed members of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, APWEN, industry colleagues, partners in academia, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to stand before you as a guest speaker at this prestigious international conference, exhibition, and annual general meeting. The theme of my address today, revitalizing Nigeria's manufacturing sector through innovative engineering solutions, is not only timely, but also crucial for Nigeria's journey towards sustainable economic transformation. Nigeria's manufacturing sector has for decades been recognized as a potential driver for industrial growth, employment, and wealth creation. And I say for the cable industry because we've been said to be one of the best industries in the country today. However, the reality has been a persistent underperformance due to infrastructural deficiencies, limited access to modern technology, reliance on imported goods, and inadequate policies. As we stand in 2025, the question is, how can solutions bridge this gap and unlock the true potential of Nigeria's manufacturing sector? So the current state of the sector, Nigerian manufacturing sector contributes to less than 10% of country's absurd, despite the nation's abundant human and natural resources. And some of the challenges include adequate infrastructure, erratic power supply continues, poor transportation networks, inadequate water systems continue to affect industrial hubs such as Lagos, Aba, Kano, Port Harcourt. There are technology gaps. Many factories in Nigeria operate with outdated, particularly in textiles, steel, food processing industries. So adoption of industry tools, internet tools, advanced tools is still very minimal. Skill deficit. Universities and polytechnics produce graduates, yes, but there is a huge academic training and industry demands. For instance, engineering graduates often lack practical exposure to modern manufacturing technologies. And I would say that we at MICOM are taking on board because I see it every day, a lot of graduates that don't even understand the simple physics of engineering. There's high production costs, of course, because we rely heavily on imports for raw materials and machinery. It exposes the manufacturers to exchange rate volatilities, raising production costs. Of course, there is the weak research industry linkages. I was just speaking with the MD of Ajaokuta Steel there that there is limited collaboration between institutions such as Raw Material Research and Development Council, the universities, the industries to reduce innovation uptake. Yet, within all of these challenges lies immense opportunities. With strategic engineering interventions, Nigeria can reposition its manufacturing sector as a hub of innovation, efficiency, and competitiveness in Africa. Now, some of the pathways to revitalizing and innovating engineering solutions would be, first of all, to embrace smart manufacturing industries. So by the time we start to think robotics, automation, artificial intelligence, because that is what the world is talking about today, we are bound to improve efficiency and reduce downtime. We can also adapt local digital technologies to monitor, test, and optimize production lines. And a case in point is the automotive sector in Inewi and the textile industries in Kano. They can adopt Internet of Things driven quality control to minimize waste and improve competitiveness. We can also introduce renewable energy in our manufacturing. We have a lot of, okay, so we can say that the Nigeria's energy sector and the crisis continues to be crippled. It cripples industries. He was just asking me now that how do we power the industry, our factory? And unfortunately, as much as everybody's talking gas, we don't have access to the pipelines. So we have to still feed off of diesel. But then engineers can spearhead solar, biomass, wind energy integration into power factories. This is part of why we have engineers. You know, I say to people, engineering is life. And everywhere we go, there is always an aspect of engineering that feeds us. Distributed energy system and microgrids designed for industrial clusters. We have the Ogungwadong Free Trade Zone. We have the One Oil and Gas Free Trade Zone. This can reduce reliance on the unstable national grid. And of course, the government's energy transition plan that was launched in 2022 also provides a roadmap for clean energy adoption and manufacturing that can lead in demonstrating localized renewable energy models. So we can also introduce sustainable processes and materials, substituting imported raw materials with locally engineered composites and bio-based alternatives, especially for maybe cement, plastics, construction industries. Waste to wealth innovations. We talk recycling all the time. We do recycling in our factory. Repurposing agricultural waste is one that we can treat. Cassava peels in Ogun, rice husks in Kebbi, into industrial feedstock. Circular economy models driven by engineering can reduce costs and environmental impact while supporting Nigeria's climate commitments under the Paris Agreement. Infrastructure engineering for industrial growth. Modern road designs, expanded rail networks, intelligent logistics systems are essential to connect industrial zones, such as Apapa, Kaduna, Aba, with local and export markets. You know, I was listening, somebody said earlier that to take a train to here it's a lot farther than I might as well just take the car. That is counterintuitive. That is counterproductive. We need to develop these networks. Development of industrial parks, special economic zones supported by engineering design that integrates energy, water, and waste management solutions. We can also leverage on the AFCFTA, that's the African Nigeria can develop logistics systems that will provide her manufacturers with competitive access to over 1.4 billion customers across Africa. Industrial linkages. We need to establish stronger collaboration hubs between Nigerian universities and polytechnics and manufacturers for applied industrial research. We cannot solutions. And some of the examples would be partnering with to develop locally manufactured machinery for agro-processing industries in states like Benue, in Oyo, thereby reducing dependency on imports. And the one that is most dear to me, human capital development through engineering education. Curricular redesign is key and needs to emphasize practical, hands-on, innovation-driven training across our schools, our Nigerian universities and technical schools. And these technical schools need to be taken more seriously these days. We need to reskill the existing workforce in advanced manufacturing because the world is changing and we do need to change with it. So AI, renewable energy, engineering, and the lot we need to take more seriously. And of course, promoting gender inclusivity in supporting women engineers to lead these innovations in Nigerian manufacturing. And this is where APWEN members play a crucial and central role in the transformations. We also have the policy and strategic enablers. So an enabling ecosystem must support innovative engineering solutions. So for me, policy alignment, pro-industry, pro-innovation policies that incentivize local content and R&D investment, including effective implementation of the Nigerian Industrial Revolution Plan. Access to finance, that's a big deal. We need to find dedicated funding windows from the Bank of Industry and the Development Bank of Nigeria to be available to support engineering-driven startups in the industrial sector, manufacturing sector. Between government and private sector to implement large-scale engineering projects such as modern steel plants and industrial energy parks. And of course, so that these manufacturers can fully benefit from an intra-African trade. We also then need to safeguard the confidence in local solutions. There's been some success stories, so this is just not words. We have the Dangote refinery in Lagos. We have the Innocent vehicle manufacturing in Inewi. We have Aba leather and garment cluster in Abia State. We are not merely problem solvers, we are nation builders. You see that I used we there because I know, the vision for Nigeria's manufacturing requires engineers who innovate with courage and adapt global solutions to Nigerian realities, who are able to collaborate across disciplines, regions, and borders, who uphold ethics and sustainability, especially in resource management, and who can inspire the next generation, especially young women, to see engineering as the bedrock of national transformation. So to wrap it up, distinguished engineers and ladies and gentlemen, the revitalization of Nigeria's manufacturing sector is both a necessity and an opportunity. By implementing innovative engineering solutions ranging from smart manufacturing, renewable energy, sustainable materials, infrastructure innovations to research and industry linkages, and of course, human capital development, we can reposition Nigeria as the continental manufacturing powerhouse. If we commit to harnessing our resources, strengthening our institutions, and empowering our engineers, Nigeria can and will move from being an import-dependent nation to an exporter of finished goods across Africa and beyond. Aba-made products, Inewi Auto Parts, Kano Textiles, and Lagos Technology can once again become globally competitive. As engineers, this is our call to action, to move from challenges to solution, from ideas to implementation, from potential to performance. The journey requires vision, collaboration, courage, and the time to act is now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. We'll put hands together for Mrs. Obukola. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Indeed, the time is now. The time is now, and indeed this conference is apt. Thank you so much, ma'am. Innovation, investment, and determination is the way forward. Thank you. Thank you. So without wasting so much time, because we have the mother of the state, who is one who loves culture, her children from the Oyo State Cultural Troupe would like to welcome her before she comes on stage, would like to welcome her. Okay, so because of time constraints, she says after her speech, she would take that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, right about now, I have the singular honor, with the kind permission of the chairman of the occasion, to welcome for her speech the First Lady, the delectable First Lady of Oyo State, Her Excellency, Engineer Tamuno Minini Makinde, the mother of the state. Ma, please, can you come up? Okay. Okay, right about now, we're going to be taking a brief citation of the First Lady of Oyo State.
All right, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present in our midst. I'd like to take the citation of our mother in Oyo State, the First Lady of Oyo State. Engineer Tamuno Minini Makinde was born on the 9th June 1972 to the family of Mr. and Mrs. Songo Batubo of Buguma in Asari Tauri, local government area of River State. She attended Port Harcourt Primary School before proceeding to the Holy Rosary Secondary School, Port Harcourt, for her secondary school education. She thereafter attended the River State University of Science and Technology, where she obtained a Bachelor of Engineering in Chemical Petrochemical Engineering, and she graduated in 2001. She is an alumna of St. Thomas University in Houston, Texas, USA, where she obtained a Bachelor of Business Administration, BBA degree, with a double major, Finance and General Business. She also earned a Master's in Business Administration, MBA degree from the same institution in 2017. She's an engineer and a businesswoman who has contributed greatly to the success of Macan Group of companies. Undoubtedly, she's one of the Nigerians' most elegant female engineers. Please, I believe you should put a round of applause for her. Her Excellency's Engineer Tamino Minini Makinde has shown tremendous commitment to well-being of the citizens of Oyo State. She is the founder of Omitutu for Life Foundation, which is a platform through which she has done various welfare outreaches and empowerment programs for the less privileged children, physically challenged children, orphans, girls, or SECA. She proved herself to be an advocate of people living with HIV and AIDS by supporting them and hosting them in the States during the yearly World AIDS Day. She is also the vice chairperson of Nigerian's Governor Spouses Forum, through which the forum supports Nigerian children, youth, and women. Engineer Tamino Minini Akide is an advocate for girls and women's rights, a passionate champion for women's advancement to leadership position, and a agent, an astute businesswoman, resilient, and a mentor. She is happily married to the current governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Engineer Oluwaseyi Abiodun Makinde, FNSC DSC GSSRS. She's a devoted wife and nurturing mother who has continued to be a strong pillar of support to her husband's vision. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present in our midst, I'd like to bring up to the microphone at this point in time a woman who has a lot of vision. A woman of vision, intellect, and compassion, a trained engineer by profession. She stands as a shining example of excellence, combining technical knowledge with leadership and humanitarian service. Beyond her professional background, she is a steadfast advocate for education, health, women empowerment, and youth development, championing initiatives that uplift families and communities across Oyo State. Our Excellency continues to inspire women in all walks of life, proving that with courage, dedication, and grace, women can thrive both in their profession and in leadership. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that I will welcome to this podium here an amazing mother in Oyo State, Engineer Tamino Minini Makinde. Please, a round of applause for her. I'd like you to rise as we give us thunderous applause to Her Excellency as she makes the stage to deliver her speech. You can do better than that, women. You can do better than that. Come on, celebrate our mother in Oyo State, the first lady of Oyo State, and an amazing mother with a great vision. Don't stop clapping until she gets here. Thank you. You can do better. Thank you. You are welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm very happy that this convention is hosted here in Oyo State. I think it gave me opportunity to meet with colleagues, friends, a lot of people I've touched based with, but I've lost contact with. For those of you I've not seen for the past 20, 25, 30 years, I want to say hi. Hi. I want to thank the acting governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Barrister Bayo Lawal, for not allowing me to sit alone in the congregation. I want to say thank you for representing my husband, and thank you for your keynote speech. I also want to acknowledge the chairman, Ibadan North Local Government, who is here, Honorable Oluwaseun. Thank you for coming. We're all in Ibadan North, right? And so imagine if the chairman is not helping us. This place can be hot for us, so please acknowledge him. I also want to acknowledge Ibadan Northeast for supporting and being there for us. Ibrahim Akintayo. I want to say thank your wife for me. I enjoyed my stay in London last week, hanging around with her. You're wondering, why don't I have top tier people here with me? Today is supposed to be an ESCO meeting, and the acting governor cannot leave without me speaking, and that's why I have to speak. So all the top tier people that are supposed to be here with me, female women, female leaders, female legends, both men and women engineering, they're all hanging in there to do virtual meeting with His Excellency. So I requested that I talk now so that His Excellency can take his leave. Once again, I want to appreciate the organizers for giving me this slot to speak before the scheduled time. Again, I want to acknowledge the first female president, Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret. I want to say thank you for all you're doing. She's a chemical engineer, right? And she's the first chemical engineer who had given this opportunity to serve as the president. So please clap and for her. I also want to acknowledge and appreciate the president of the Society of the Professional Women Engineers in the House, Engineer Dr. Ade Bisi. I want to say thank you for your smiles. Thank you for sitting in, and thank you for always being there for us. I want to thank all the chairpersons over the past in Oyo State who had been there for the women engineers, who had worked so hard so that they hand over the baton in the right way and in the right time. Thank you for forming a chapter for women engineering in Oyo State. On that note, I want to officially acknowledge Engineer Bisola, our very own Oyo State chapter president. I also want to acknowledge our chancellor who spoke earlier. I think he has a big or strong business to attend to, so he was given the space or the room to speak before me. I think there's a vice chancellor of the University of Ibadan, right? Professor Kayode. To all the permanent secretaries here present, representing all the arms of Oyo State Agency, I want to say thank you for coming. My love to HOS, tell her she didn't miss anything, because she's normally in my right hand, and I'm thinking about her. My love to her. Thank you very much for coming. To our prominent personalities, for those of you who have additional titles that, like I do, Chief Engineer Mrs. For those of you who answer Chief Engineer Mrs. and other doctorate and professional titles, I want to welcome you all.
distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished invited guests, students, gentlemen of the press, you are all welcome. I was talking to my media house in my office, and I was like, what are we going to say? What did they invite us for? What is the invitation all about? I said, Ma, they invited you, you should come and give us goodwill message. I said, really? What is their theme? What is their motto? And what is this and what is that? In order for me to be able to represent myself as an engineer, I have to look at the full picture. I cannot talk outside the picture. As an engineer, you're always given a practical manual to read so that there is no accident in the lab. True or false? Good morning, everyone. You're welcome to Oyo State. For the annual conference of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, APWEN. I can see that the theme for this year's conference is revitalizing Nigerian manufacturing sector through innovative engineering solutions. I want to thank APWEN for giving us that theme. And I also want to appreciate them for their mission statement. Thank you for promoting the participation and development of and advancing of women in engineering and technology. I just want to thank you for that vision. I want to thank especially the visionary female engineers who formed this association in 1983, 42 years ago. When I found out that this association, APWEN, was formed 43 years ago, I said to myself, where was I 43 years ago? Do you know where I was? Where was I? Huh? 43 years ago, I was in SS1. SS1. We started the new era of junior secondary school education. Who would have thought that the actions that our visionary mothers, the engineers, took will help shape and form me? Who would have thought? Who would have thought that the steps taken by our founding visionary female engineers will actually encourage people like me to look at engineering and pursue engineering when no one wants to do engineering? Then, engineering concepts cannot be Googled. Engineering books are not easy to read. Engineering perceptions and precepts and ideas are not something that should be open to female. There are things that should be explained to boys, men, encouraged, because they believe we'll be under our period, we won't be able to stand. They believe our hands will be weakened after we give birth. Who would have thought? So I want to thank our mothers, the visionary female engineers, who sat down and said, what legacy can we leave for the women that are coming? And they believed in themselves, and they decided to formed this association, APWEN. You might be thinking, why is she saying so? In 1991, I can count in one hand how many female engineers are in my faculty, in the faculty of University of Science and Technology in Port Harcourt, the engineering faculty. I'm not talking about my department. My department is a dual department, but I'm talking about what? The faculty. By 1992, I was DE 92. There is no DE 93 in Nigeria, because there was a whole year when Nigeria had no university entry. In DE 93, the number of female engineering students in our faculty doubled. And you're wondering, how did I know? I was struggling to get into engineering faculty, so I did a remedial. So doing remedial will give you access to some of the things you should know in a faculty. So by 1992, the number of female engineering students in my faculty had doubled. I can see some of my classmates seated here who can attest to our struggles, our fears, and what we then aspire to be. I believe that our visionary female engineers, wherever they are, will be proud of us today. You're not clapping, that's fine. They won't believe that a Rivers girl who has engineering will be the first lady of Oyo State 43 years later. How many engineering female women do you see as first lady? You see doctors, but you don't see engineers. So if you like, clap. If you don't clap, I don't care. If you don't feel me, I feel myself. I got married while in university, have 2 children, finished. I clap for myself. So when I say aspire to be struggles, and I can tell you it is not easy. When I say they believe that when we menstruate and have kids, we will not be able to wear that element, I speak for the women who are engineers. I know if some of those mothers are alive and they are here, they will be shaking me. Lagos is just 1 hour 45 minutes away. Oyo State roads are good. Nowhere in Lagos will we get there in 2 hours. So I'm sure from here to where they were having their meeting is just 1 hour 40 minutes away. To our visionaries, I want to thank all the women engineers in Nigeria who have chosen these professions when no one thought women can be engineers. Thank you so much. The theme for this year's conference is both timely and significant. Manufacturing is the core of every strong economy in any country. I want to say furthermore, the theme speaks directly to the essence of engineering profession, which is finding practical and creative solutions to real-life problems. Nigerian manufacturing sector. Where are we in our manufacturing sector? I'm not talking about packaging. I'm not talking about coupling. I'm talking about real manufacturing. Where are we? Even though we're not here to talk about that, I want to say that we cannot talk about revitalizing or re-improving, anything when we don't have that thing on ground. I believe that the first thing we need to do is to encourage manufacturing in Nigeria. As engineers, we should raise our voices collectively to ensure that there is more manufacturing company, not coupling, not packaging, but actually what? Manufacturing. For example, as mechanical, computer, or system engineer, we should advocate for more vehicles to be manufactured in Nigeria instead of just assembling. As chemical or petrochemical engineers, we should raise our voices to advocate for more chemicals and medicines to be produced in Nigeria instead of labeling or packaging. This will grow and strengthen, this will grow our economy and strengthen our currency. We want strong currency. We must think about production. Not producing food, actual using of engineering brains for innovative ideas and manufacture. As female engineers, our perspective in solving problems, viewing problem, handling challenges, processing, analyzing what is in front of us is different from people who are not engineers. 80 to 90% of the time, we are trained to look at things in the full spectrum. What goes up will come down. We're trained to look at things in the full spectrum. Whatever has a feeder will have what? An output. If there is a conductor, there will be a current flowing. So, engineering has indeed changed our life, our perspective, how we solve and bring solutions to things around us, whether in our place of work or in our family. Although we wear many hats, I tell you, engineering have changed our life for good. If you don't believe it, come to my office when I have so many things to do and I start giving my workers templates and outline, then you will know engineering have changed our perspective for good. In the past, someone asked me, "Madam, why are you an engineer sitting behind an office desk as a manager?" The kind of question you ask is just too detailed and intricate. It's just not simple. You ask constructive questions that ordinary manager will not ask. I say, is it because I'm a woman? Why do you ask me that kind of question? In the past, also, a vendor came to me to sell things to me, and I was looking at it. I said, this thing, the alignment is not right. The structure, the link, the frame is delicate. How long did you say it will stay? What about the wear and tear? She said, my friend, why do you have to look at everything in engineering eye? I just want to sell something to you.
This is a true life story. So I tell you that our life can never be the same. And for the young ladies that are coming behind us, please study engineering. If your husband said, don't go and mix chemical, mix soup. My father is an engineer. I have two younger brothers, engineer. One day, my dad was talking to me. He said, what are you cooking? I said, Dad, I'm trying. He said, let me tell you, don't do separation. Don't do any separation of chemical in the pot. Are you understanding? So soup is chemical reaction. Stew is chemical reaction. Makeup is engineering. Gele is engineering. I tell you, let somebody who do not know how to build the foundation tie your hair, you do like this, the thing will fall. That is a structural word, engineering. From my perspective, I believe that the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, your vision for girls, that the girls and women who comes after us become exactly like who we are, or even better than who we are, is a good thing. I am confident that our takeaway from this conference will advocate for more women and girls participating in what? Participating in what? Because we just need to tell them, Obe is chemical engineering. Gele is structural engineering. That's it. Why can't you do engineering if you can tie gele? And why can't you do chemical engineering if you can cook soup? And if you can blend your lips with two colors and know the alignment. Abi? And tell us so for you, you know that it doesn't have shape. Then as a woman, you can do architectural engineering. On behalf of His Excellency, my darling husband, the governor of Oyo State, who I'm forever grateful that is an engineer. Because when I start with all my 9 years of engineering ideas, it will say my wife is about the process. I am about solution. He will tell you. And if you have listened to him speak, he had often emphasized it. I am grateful to God. Once again, thank you for hosting your convention in Oyo State. I hope to see some of you in my office before you leave. I wish you all a fruitful deliberation, impactful networking, and a successful annual national conference. God bless you, and God bless you, Dr.
I'd like to call on my president, the APWEN president, to please come up stage as we present the award to our First Lady. My president, please. Thank you very much.
But it's fine, it's fine. I've told her now. I'm fine. Thank you so much.
I will need a copy of that.
Okay, baby, call my chair.
Congratulations, ma.
You will call the chairman of education.
Okay. Thank you so much, MC. My chairman of occasion, ma, my president, ma, please join us on this podium. Ma. On behalf of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, I present this to you, Engineer Tamino Menini Makinde, MNSC, First Lady of Oyo State, as special guest of honor at this International Conference and Exhibition 2025 this day.
So, on behalf of all the female women engineers in Nigeria, I'm happy to receive this award, and I'm proud to be an engineer, a petrochemical engineer. In my department, if you fail one course, it's a carryover because it's a dual degree. So I'm proud that after many years, I can lift my hand up. I'd also like to please invite the keynote speaker to please come up stage for his award. We know that he's planning to leave very soon. Professor Nasir Naim Abdul Salam, MD at Jakarta Steel Company, our 7-unit course lecturer for today's event. If you did not go to UI, you won't understand what 7 units is. Other schools use 5 units, right? It's only UI that uses 7 units. Yes, Prof said that, let me loud it. He has agreed that they are employing more females. My president wants to say it. Let my 001 say it.
The percentage will be 60-40.
So let me give it to our own chairman of occasion, our own first female president, to present this award to the keynote speaker.
On behalf of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, I present this award to you. Professor Nasir Naim Abdusalam, Managing Director at Ajaokuta Steel Company. As keynote speaker at the 2025 International Conference Exhibition and Annual General Meeting with the theme, Revitalizing Nigeria's Manufacturing Sector through Innovative Engineering Solutions. And you have indeed given us a lot of innovative solutions today. Congratulations, Prof, and thank you very, very much for coming.
Great APWEN. I sincerely appreciate this gesture, and to say that in Ajaokuta, I promise that we're going to employ more women engineers, inshallah. Thank you so very much.
While the cultural troupe are preparing to, okay. So the cultural troupe for their presentation. Right after the cultural troupe, I will be calling the Pro-Chancellor of Olabisi Onabanjo University, Professor Ashiru. I'll be calling you right after the cultural troupe to give you 5 minutes. Cultural troupe.
More music at NigerWide.com.
Gẹ́gẹ́ lágbọ́mọ̀ tuntun. Gẹ́gẹ́ lágbọ́wọ́. Obìnrin ládùn ayé o. Ẹ bá ń gbé wọn gẹ́gẹ́ ẹ mọ̀ wọ́n jẹ́ jábọ́. Ìbá ni wọ́n máa fò nídú èrè mi dọ́là. Ìbá pẹ́tẹ́ ọwọ́. Ìbá pẹ́tẹ́ ẹsẹ̀. Ìbá tẹlẹsẹ̀ tí òun tẹ́ dojúkú. Ìbá yá mọ̀ pọ̀ tọ́dọ̀rí kọ́dọ̀ tí ó sunmu ìbẹ̀yìn ìyá mi o. Ẹ̀yin obìnrin níyọ̀ ẹ̀yin ládùn ayé o. Obì tí ń ṣe tí olóko ṣe. Ẹ̀rí pọ̀ yẹ ká yìn wọ́n yẹ ká kí wọ́n ní. Women engineer lápapọ̀ gbogbo yín pátápátá mọ̀ kí o. Ẹ̀kú àkìn ẹ̀kú ọmọnìyàn ṣe. Látọ̀rọ̀ ọlọ́run ọba ẹ mọ̀ lẹ́kùn ni ẹ nípẹ́ dín láṣọ ọlọ́run ọba. Látọ̀rí mọ̀mọ́ mi ìyá àdodo wa ẹnjìnìà Tamúnámì níní Mákindé aya bàbá mi olórí gbogbo obìnrin nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ pátápátá wọ́n fi máa kí gbogbo yín o. Wọ́n máa kí ìyá mi àìná ìlérí ọlọ́rọ̀ ọmọ abẹ́rù àgbà Màkàbí Mbọ́lá gbogbo yín pátápátá mọ kí láláì lọ́lọ́dì ẹnì kankan gbogbo onímọ̀ ẹ̀rọ tí ń bẹ níkàlẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ àkín ẹ̀kọ́ ọmọnìyàn ẹ̀ ṣe ẹ̀ka àbọ̀ ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ìlú ọlọ́lá ìlú ọlọ́kìkí Ìbàdàn májàmájà tá a fi kára wájú lẹ́rú ẹ̀sán mi ará òde ògbólúkẹ́niá Bájídé ọmọ òní kùrùbùsù wọ òní máa jagun ọ̀la máa lọ́rẹ́ èso ogun ọ̀tún la máa lọ́rẹ́ èédógún láyàwó nìbàdàn fi mẹ́rú tẹ́rù ẹ̀tún ẹ̀rú ọmọ abẹ́rú lọ́lọ́gùn bí máàkì gbogbo ẹ̀yìn yá mi màmá káàkì lójú ogun ẹ̀ mọ̀ bá jíṣẹ́ fojú gómìnà bàbá tèmi arábàrú ọmọ òjòlù jápẹ́ èrò bàrú ọmọ òjòlù gbèrìn balísàlẹ̀ wàhálì ni mo gbé sí lọ igbákejì gómìnà pínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ìbàrú ọmọ òjòlù jápẹ́ èrò bàrú ọmọ òjòlù gbèrìn ìyá bàrúkú ó gbóhùn lójú ẹkú bàbá bàrúkú ń gbóhùn olè gbàwẹ̀ kòkòrò gbẹ̀gìrì lásán ló fọ́ létí bàrúlé àsọyà ní ayé àsùn dákẹ́ o gbọ́dọ̀ obìnrin mọ́ kí yín o ìyá yín ò ní ìdòkú lágbára Ọlọ́run ọba bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wá ń ṣe tẹ́lẹ̀dùnmarè ọba lọ́wọ́ sí i kò ní padà lẹ́yìn gbogbo yín lágbára Ọlọ́run ọba gbogbo bí ẹ ti wá ilé yín ni ọ̀nà yín ni kò ní dàrú láṣẹ Ọlọ́run ọba.
cultural group, thank you for that beautiful presentation. Thank you very much. We would have sprayed you some mint, but you know what happens in Nigeria now when you spray people while dancing. We don't want to be caught in the web. I'd like to bring quickly upstage Professor Oluwatoyin Ashiru, OOM, PhD, FNSC, Pro-Chancellor and Chairman Council, Olabisi Onabanjo University, for his 5-minute speech. Thank you very much. Thereafter, we'll take the second speaker, Dr. Boluwaji.
Thank you, computer. It's now 1 minute, 25 seconds. So let us now make the remaining time very usefully. Great APWEN. Great APWEN. To me, I feel I'm at home today, but I cannot but first of all recognize Engineer Mrs. Margaret Oguntala, FNSC, President of APWEN, President of Nigeria Society of Engineers, and the Chairman of Vocation, and my boss, as always, TISA. Let me also recognize and thank the President of APWEN, Engineer Dr. Adebisi Osim, FNSC, for the honor of inviting me here to be here today. Having said that, because of the 5 minutes I have, I will now prostrate on the existing protocols. Having done that, I think you pardon me if I don't recognize you individually. Distinguished colleagues, the APWEN family, ladies and gentlemen, it's a joy to be with you here in Ibadan for a conversation that truly matters, revitalizing Nigeria's manufacturing sector through innovation, engineering solutions. Let me say this, no nation industrializes by accident. Nobody wakes up, stretches and say, today looks like a good day to industrialize. No, nations industrialize by design. And who are the designers? Engineers. Let me first of all make an open declaration to you. I am father of 4 women, no boys. They are professionally advanced ladies that are in top epoch in their fields, 2 of them in engineering. One of them made the Forbes Africa records as a distinguished career investor of the year. So, if I used to say to people in those days, when they used to harass me, no boys, that I will not exchange any of my guys, any of my girls at that time for a boy, you can understand what I'm talking about. The relationship with APWEN is not seasonal. It's not seasonal at all. It is permanent. It is corrosion resistant, and it's maintenance free. I've walked this journey together with you by mentoring young engineers, by being teachers to great engineers, and by being employer of great women engineers. So I've seen what most do not see about women engineering. Women have worked in promoting visibility for women engineers and celebrating milestones, such as I did with APWEN Lagos Innovation Center months ago. Over past years, 40 years, I've labored to ensure that women engineers are placed in high positions everywhere. And as I progress for the remaining 3 minutes, you will know what I'm talking about. I will call on APWEN, my partner in design. Together, we build pipelines of talents, not puddles. And when APWEN is involved, puddles vanish quickly. Why women engineers have competitive advantage? Only one word: audacity. Women have audacity, which unfortunately women don't even have any of it. If manufacturing in Nigeria is Nigeria's natural priority, the women engineers are our superpower. Let me give a good example. Succession. I've never seen, as I've been director of a board of many companies, oil and gas, finance, banking, engineering, even process of a university, and also have my own oil service company. One thing I know about women is succession. When it comes to succession planning, handing over the baton, women are much better than male engineers. I've been successful now. I've seen my friend here, Engineer Mayen Adetiba. I'm seeing my friend, Engineer Dayat Amusu here. They are still coming for this conference. I can see them sitting down, watching and making sure that you do things right. Why are they doing that? Because they want to be sure that their succession is successful. Women don't hand over baton. They ensure that you carry it well. If you don't, they take it away from you. Here is the truth. Give a man a new machine, he might read the manual. Give it to a woman engineer, she will write the manual in a way that is clearer, easy for her to understand. She will upgrade the machine that you've given to her to suit the purpose, her purpose, and the purpose is supposed to. And then she will not stop there. She will even connect it to Wi-Fi so that she can even be able to do it in an easier and friendly way, and still deliver ahead of schedule, and yes, often with style. This is why APWEN has proven again and again that when you encourage, enhance, and excel girls in STEM, grow into women who design factories, digitalize supply chains, and turn ideas into industries. And one aspect of women, which I have seen, even as an engineer, which I don't see women engineer, is tenacity. They never give up. Tenacity. I could see Uju here, who used to be a senior manager in Shell when he was a contractor for them. And I used to remember how she wake me up, believe it or not, 2 a.m. in the morning and say, Prof, need to send engineer to Brazil tomorrow to go and inspect a machine. No man dare call me like that, I can tell you. But she used to do it. That's why she's laughing, she's happy. What we do now, ladies and gentlemen, talk is good, but action better. Let me propose 4 quick practical steps which you can use your talents to do for development of this country. You must move now from prototype to production. Pair with universities. And by this, I'm nominating the university and the post-chancellor as one of the university. Chapters to manufacture, commercialize at least 10 products in the next 12 months that will be presented at your next conference, wherever it is held. 2, skills for Industry 4.0, build certifications into internships, automation, CAD, CM, PLCS, data. Let's prepare our young engineers for the factory of the future. Number 3, local content global standards. APWEN industry should develop quality assurance squads to make sure that Made in Nigeria also proudly reads posted worldwide. So when you write Made in Nigeria, APWEN should have the guts now to develop a group that will do quality assurance of our exported groups and say trusted worldwide and stamp it as an APWEN sign. It's something you can do very easily. And the 4th is finance that fits. And APWEN innovate to manufacture funds for tooling, pilot runs, and working capitals should be developed. You are so good at raising funds. Some people know why I'm saying so here. Some of these funds you should direct into financing funds for toolings, pilot runs, and working capitals. Because let's be honest, innovation without funding is just hallucination. As we say in Ibadan, on Uncle Waja, there is more than one path to the market. Let us engineer those paths from classroom to shop floor, from code to conveyor belt, from concept to export. Before I close, let me just say this. APWEN, you are the engine, you are the turbo charger, and sometimes even the spark plug for Nigerians' industrial drive. You must grab this position now. Without you, the system will stall. With you, we will roar. May God bless APWEN, bless our engineers, and bless the Republic of Nigeria. And lastly, let me make it clear. One thing you have, which will continue to help, is that you have passion. Whatever you do, you have passion. That is a great talent of women engineers, which I've noticed. And you have commitment. When you are committed, you do it. Thank you. Remember, what men can do, APWEN can do. And usually do it smarter, sharper, and better, and project timelines. And please, help me to apologize to my male colleagues that I've offended them today. Thank you. I spent 4 minutes, 25 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. This is another very brief 7-unit course that the professors will fix at 7 a.m., especially when you are final year. In my days in UI, Electrical Electronics Engineering, 2004, 2003, 2004. In our final year in 2002, we had a course that has been taken by our HOD. Is that a professor, Akolujo? It's 7 a.m. and it's a 7-unit course. If you miss it, it also functions like somebody that will call you at 2 a.m. to work, like Engineer Kusogu. Don't mention my name. Anyway, we're doing well.
I have a copy of my speech, which I will release to APWEN, because I have to abbreviate it. Yeah.
Thank you. I whispered that to him while he thinks it was going, that's e-copy, because your student could not cope with it. Agenda 4.0, 10 products in the next 12 months. My president, I'm reiterating this before we circulate the e-copy. 10 products in the next 12 months. 1, prepare young engineers for the factory of the future. Quality assurance cluster, finance that fits. Innovation without funding is failed hallucination. For me, that is double jeopardy, and we can't fail. Please, my president, let's present this award in reminder of the collaboration and partnership we're going to have with Olabisi Banjo University, as declared at this conference by the Pro-Chancellor. You know, the Pro-Chancellor are behind the corridors for funding also. So this is a word of commitment. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for being part of this conference. On behalf of the Association of Professional Women, sir. On behalf of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, we present these awards to you, Engineer Professor Oluwatoyin Ashiru, ON FNSC, Pro-Chancellor of and Chairman of Council, Olabisi Onabanjo University, as our guest of honor today.
Thank you, Prof. In about 10 minutes or less, Prof has shown us that you can manage your time even when, on a good day, you know what Professor Ashiru will do when he needs to deliver even a 4-page paper. And today he managed it in 5 minutes when it's even more than 4 pages. I'd like to go to the second guest speaker, Dr. Boluwaji Onobolu. We coincidentally rode through the same train, right? I met her while she was trying to come in, and I told her, you look much more beautiful than the picture that we have on our flyer. Can we please applaud her as she comes up stage?
It could be 8047.
Hello.
Okay, I'll do it.
Dr. Boluwaji Onobolu is a highly respected public health and water resources expert with over 26 years of professional experience, spanning strategic leadership roles in WASH, environmental health, and high WRM across West, East, and South Africa, as well as South Asia. She holds a PhD in water resources science and a master's in public health with specialization in WASH. Our impact in the sector is significant. As a former WASH specialist with UNICEF in Nigeria and internationally, and the CEO of WASH Matter Initiatives, she has led the implementation of water and sanitation program, reaching over 10 million people, managed multi-country portfolios exceeding $300 million in value, and strengthened more than 100 institutions across the region. Dr. Onobolu is an ardent believer in the importance of building the capacity of students, technocrats, and policymakers in WASH, public health, and gender equity, and is currently a professor of practice at the University of Johannesburg, South Africa, and has featured as a guest lecturer in tertiary institutions in South Africa, the Philippines, United States of America, and the foremost policy think tank in Nigeria, the Nigerian Institution of Policy and Strategic Studies. I present to us our speaker for today, Dr. Boluwaji Onobolu.
The president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and chairperson of this occasion, Engineer Margaret Oguntala, FNSC, the president of the Association of Professional Women in Engineers in Nigeria, Engineer Dr. Adebisi Osim, FNSE, the keynote speakers, fellow keynote speakers, the chairperson of the CPC, Engineer Hawa, and the elders that have gone before to pave the way and the engineers that are coming behind. I bring you greetings from the network of female professionals in WASH in Nigeria, of whom I am the president. I also bring you greetings from the Regional Consultative Council on Water Resources Management of ECOWAS, of which I chair. I would like, okay, thank you. So the groundwork has definitely been laid. The theme for this conference, I would look at it from the WASH, energy, and the gender gap. It has been said the construct that I am going to speak from will be three: a thriving manufacturing sector is critical to both the economic growth and economic development of Nigeria. That has been established. The ability to identify and integrate engineering innovations determines the extent of revitalization of the sector. And something that has been mentioned but has not been spoken so much of today also is the fact that energy poverty, WASH poverty, and gender inequalities limit innovation and revitalization. It's been established, but I like to speak with data. The manufacturing sector contributes to economic growth and development. 30% according to KPMG, 30% of Nigerians' non-VAT import tax is from this sector. 13% of the industry employment of Nigeria is also from this sector. The range, for those who are not in the manufacturing sector, the range just affects all of us: food and beverages, paper and packaging. It has also been established that the contributions of the sector is impeded by challenges. The elevated interest rates of 27.5%, the power supply instability, which I will come back to, infrastructure deficits, which include the access to water supply and sanitation, the supply chain disruptions in relation to insecurity. This is also data that highlights the challenges the sector faces. If you don't remember any of this, I want you to remember that despite the fact that in the first half of 2024, there was a robust increase of 30.8% in output, nevertheless, the unsold unfinished goods increased by 357.5%. The costs were high, consumers could not buy. One major pain point in the manufacturing sector remains energy. And as the president of the network of professionals, female professionals in WASH, I'm going to zero in on the issue of energy. There is evidence of energy poverty in Nigeria, definitely. This is from a study that I led. I will come back to it. But basically, the over 80 SMEs manufacturing that we looked at actually said that they had 1,040 outages per year. Their cost of income per capita in terms of the stage was about 1,471, which is compared to 8,100 in terms of the best. Clearly, looking at wash, access to wash, and looking at access to basic drinking water and access to electricity in 6 countries, you can see a direct correlation in terms of the higher your access to wash, the higher your access to electricity. So there is a role for engineering innovations related to wash in access to renewable energy. Do you know that in Oyo State, per day, if you assume that there are 9 million people in Oyo State, 8 million people, that per day, 800,000 tons of human feces is generated, which is material for renewable energy. Do you know that 1 cow generates 45 kilos of animal feces? So we're sitting on gold, and the engineering innovations need to scale up these issues of renewable energy to decrease youth unemployment by at least 25%. I was hoping that the acting governor or Her Excellency would be here when I speak. However, anybody who lives in Oyo State, please note that on behalf of UNICEF, I carried out an assessment in terms of the sanitation, urban sanitation in Oyo State. This 800,000 tons of human feces generated in Oyo State per day. Do you know that in Oyo State, apart from the fact that it is not harnessed for renewable energy, there is not one single designated disposal site for feces in the whole of Oyo State. That is a major challenge because essentially all this is ending up in your water resources. So it's a major issue that needs to be discussed with Oyo State. I will just run through this because maybe I have 7 more minutes. The manufacturing sector, they've talked about their challenges. However, the International Water Management Institute carried out a research which is similar to the ease of doing business research, but linked to the environment and the wash sector. It was an assessment of the investment climate, and I was the lead consultant for that. So I think in terms of revitalizing this sector, it's important to actually pay attention to some of this data so that we can scale up and sustain this industry. In terms of policy, almost 3/4 of the businesses found the policy elements a major or severe obstacle. The issues of regulations on certain policies was severely limiting them. In terms of business infrastructure, the time to obtain the construction permits, the issue of electricity, the cost of electricity, the number of outages, it was worse than even the worst score out of the 190 economies that the ease of doing business had looked at. In terms of access to market, these industries that we looked at also found that the fact that they did not have access to market information was an issue. In terms of business support, this is where all of us in this room, whether we're from academia, whether we're APWEN, where we come in, because just about 50% of these SMEs had been exposed to networking events and business incubation or acceleration. So APWEN, please, this is something that you're already doing, but that you can also scale up. Without doubt, we are in a dire situation as a country in terms of access to water supply and sanitation. 70% of Nigerians drink contaminated water, and just 3% of the wash facilities in schools is even gender sensitive. Her Excellency, Mrs. Makinde, was talking about menstruation, and this is where this comes in. The fact that our girl children don't even have clean, safe, private places to change, and therefore they do not participate effectively in school. If you don't remember anything out of all that I have said, please remember that revitalizing the sector is not just about the present, it is about what we're doing for the future. And when we talk about WASH, as far back as 2003, a scholar, Engineer Mara, had said that the poor access to sanitation will actually affect our workforce in Africa, because in relation to the poor cognitive development, and let me explain this, to about 75% of its potential before the child is 3 years old. And so most of the nutrition goes to brain development. However, due to poor access to sanitation and water, this child has several episodes of diarrhea. Therefore, it affects their cognitive development. And studies in Nigeria have shown that almost half of the children that were tested were far below their optimum in terms of 3 out of 4 indicators: literacy, numeracy, and other potential. I'll skip some of this. Access to WASH. This is 2021 in Abuja in a project that we carried out. You never know which child is going to be the engineer. Nigeria has a too high percentage of children that are out of school because of poor access to sanitation. One of the issues that is a problem for the manufacturing sector is the disruptions in logistics and the supply chain due to insecurity. If you look at this picture on the screen, that is also from FCT in 2021, where the youth who are supposed to be innovating, who are supposed to be revitalizing the sector, are looking for the most basic thing, water. They're looking down while their mates in other countries are looking up and innovating. And I put it to you that except we address these issues, we will not really be able to harness our optimum in terms of engineering innovations. Gender disparities. We're not just saying involve women for involving women's sake. Studies have shown that involving women in leadership positions contributes about $12 trillion globally to the GDP. to the GDP. In terms of manufacturing, part of that study that I conducted, because I always look at things with a gender lens, we found that it takes 33 more days and 60% more money for a business that is owned by a woman to obtain the operating licenses. Policy making, in terms of politicians, this is also a study that the Network of Female Professionals conducted that I led. Only 5% of the commissioners for water resources and 6% of local government chairpersons are females in this country. That is also a challenge. Also, there is disparity in wages. The more temporary the type of job in the manufacturing sector is, the more you have women there. But the more permanent, the less the women are there, and the wages is also an issue. So I'm moving on to conclusions and recommendations. We must look at our recommendations in line with the enabling environment, the government policies, finances, and technology. Firstly, we identified that there is a workforce that their health and cognitive development is affected by the poor wash. So it is incumbent on the people in this room, including APWEN, to establish industry wash partnerships, co-invest in safe sanitation, integrate wash into, also ensure that the Gender in STEM and Energy Accelerator is scaled up. Interrogate the curriculum for women. Also, strengthen a national innovation lab linking manufacturing, wash, renewable energy for applied research. And finally, we need to support the creation of a gender in wash and energy thematic group, which is a conversation that the Network of Female Professionals in WASH has started under the auspices of the head of service of Nigeria, the Federal Civil Service. Finally, what can we do just as individuals, members of professional bodies like this, in addition to collaborating? We also need to look at how we communicate. The kind of flyers that we put out needs to show that indeed we are invested in gender equality and equity. So my final word on this is that to revitalize the manufacturing sector, we require clean energy, which the wash sector is invested in, and private sector can collaborate with us. And we also require adequate water supply and sanitation, not just for the cooling plants, but to ensure the health of the workers. And we also need to support inclusive, gender transformative innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boluaji Onobolu. for your presentation. I know APWEN is doing a lot of things with WASH. Later. And we would further ensure that we foster the collaboration between APWEN and WASH. All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boluwaji Onobolu. I'm really glad that you honor us. You left South Africa to come just 2 days ago, that you must be in the conference. Thank you so much. On behalf of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, we present this to you, Dr. Boluwaji Onobolu, as our guest speaker at this international conference.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Before we go into the goodwill message, permit me to ask us to take 1 or 2 minutes ego break. I did not ask us to chit chat. Please, let's just stand up, do a bit of a stretch. I miss Engineer Ine Usoro, who's an expert in doing this. But please, can we please stand up? I know we've sat down for a very long time. Dr. Ann and I sincerely apologize for not taking this into consideration. You can't sit for over 2 hours and then still be at the same position all through. So please, don't leave your seats, please, so that we can quickly go back into the session. I'm sure that Engineer Mutio Odesanya, FNSC, the CPC chair for December, when we are coming back, is looking at us, that APWEN people, we will show you how to do it better. We know. We are doing well, right? We are doing well, sir. Thank you very much. That's the CPC chairman for NSC conference in Ibadan, December. So if anything is going wrong, you have shown you, Dr. Engineer Odesanya, but I promise you nothing will go wrong. Thank you very much for supporting APWEN. You've been here since we started, and you have actually been calling us to 1 or 2 things that we need to look forward to. Thank you very much. So please, did you do any stretch? I know if Engineer Ini is online now, she would look at me that Bosse did not learn well. Can you stretch your hands to the side? Do as I do. But if I fall down, don't fall down. Did you feel any difference? Do you want to stretch your legs too? Don't kick the person in front of you. Do you want to raise your hands up? If you are pregnant, don't do that too much. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Bosse. Thank you. You might please have your seats, please. As we begin to round up this opening ceremony of the 2025 International Conference, Exhibition, and Annual General Meeting of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, I'd like to, with the kind permission of the chairman, take 3 goodwill messages. The very first goodwill message will be taken by the representative of the President of the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN. Please join me as I welcome, for his 2 minutes goodwill message, Engineer Olayinka Ali a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Please, can we put our hands together? Okay, while we await, I'd like to also call the second person for her goodwill message. Please help me welcome TPL Rekiat A. Fache FNITP. She is the national chairman for the Association of Women Town Planners in Nigeria. Please, ma, you're welcome for your 2 minutes goodwill message. Please, can we put our hands together as she comes up? That's another national chairman for another Association of Women Town Planners in Nigeria. You're welcome, ma. Please, can we please put our hands together for her?
Thank you very much. Before I will say anything, I think I will have to quickly say that we, the town planners, create the spatial spaces, the enabling environment for the engineers to thrive. So we create the spaces and make sure that we'll have a role in shaping the development of cities and communities. We design, manage spaces to promote sustainable development, accessibility, and quality of life. While the women wing, of which I'm standing on behalf of, project inclusiveness and resilience. On behalf of the Association of the Women Town Planners in Nigeria, I would first of all like to appreciate and greet our indefatigable national president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, my own big sister, Engineer Margaret Aina Oguntala, FNSE. Also, my amiable and amazing sister, the national president, APWEN, that's the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, Engineer Dr. Adebisi Osim, FNSE. Invited guests, members of the APWEN, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Association of Women Town Planners in Nigeria, that's AWTPN, I bring warm felicitations on the occasion of the 2025 International Conference, Exhibition, and Annual General Meeting. This landmark gathering underscores the visionary leadership of APWEN in advancing innovation, professional excellence, and national development. This chosen theme, revitalizing Nigeria's manufacturing sector through innovative engineering solutions, is both timely and strategic. Manufacturing remains the backbone of industrialization, economic diversification, and sustainable national growth. I have to say it because I really enjoy Professor Abdusalam's presentation. I happen to be one of the beneficiaries of that Ajaokuta Steel Company. I started my nursery school, my primary school, and that of secondary, all in Ajaokuta. It saddens my heart anytime I pass through there and I see the level of destruction at that site. This is a steel, the largest steel in the whole of Nigeria, sitting on a 24,000 hectares of land. Honestly, I'm impressed with his presentation, and I pray that Ajaokuta Steel Company, that's ASCO, will be revived to create more opportunities and thriving environment for manufacturing to succeed. So, yet its challenges in Nigeria is ranging from infrastructural deficit to technological gaps. Demand both innovative and interdisciplinary responses. As women professionals in the built environment, we strongly identify with your mission. Engineering and town planning are interdependent pillars of development. While engineering designs and delivers technological solutions, town planning provides the enabling environment, spatial frameworks, and sustainable policies that make such innovation thrive. Together, we can foster a manufacturing sector that is not only productive, but also climate smart, resilient, and globally competitive. I particularly commend APWEN under the leadership of my own sister, Engineer Dr. Adebisi Osim FNSE, for its consistent leadership in championing gender inclusion in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, that's STEM. Also, the scholarships, mentorship being offered for the young female engineers. By empowering women engineers and promoting innovation-driven solutions, APWEN continues to inspire women across professions, including town planners, to break barriers and drive transformational change. The Association of Women Town Planners in Nigeria pledges its partnership and solidarity with APWEN in the shared pursuit of sustainable industrial growth, inclusive development, and national prosperity. On this note, I wish you fruitful deliberations, impactful exhibitions, and far-reaching outcomes that will accelerate the revitalization of Nigeria's manufacturing sector for the benefit of generations to come. Congratulations once again, and may this conference mark another milestone in the history of APWEN's laudable contributions to nation building. Thank you and God bless. I still remain Town Planner Rekia Awaisa-Fache, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, and also the National Chairman of Women Town Planners in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. So we just have two more goodwill messages before I call on the CPC chair for APWEN 2025 for her vote of thanks. Right about now, I'd like to invite for her 2 minutes, please, 2 minutes goodwill message. The chairman of NCWSE in Oyo State, Dr. Esther Olarewaju Sanya. Please, can we put our hands together while she's coming? I'd like to recognize here the Federal Comptroller of Works, Oyo State Engineer Victor Kolawale. Thank you, sir. We recognize and appreciate you. I'd also like to recognize the National Chairman of the National Institute of Safety Engineers, Engineer Akaniyere Ekong. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And lastly, the Chaplain, Reverend Inamiti Ethan. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Standing on the existing protocol, I'd like to felicitate with APWEN as I stand in for my national president, Princess Edna Azura, and also my state president, Princess Olu Oyelade, who wanted to be around but was unfortunately absent for one reason or the other. So I will only give us key points because National Council for Women's Societies stands for the body of an association that deals with all other women organizations here in Oyo State, Nigeria at large, in Africa and worldwide. We have even the last president, who is now the immediate past national president, who is representing Nigeria in America now. The need, there are some key points I just want to quickly rush over because of time. The need for APWEN to tap into local ingenuity. You have been doing very well. I have heard everything that was said about you. The association should start by recognizing the wealth of Nigerian engineering talents, emphasizing that the future of manufacturing lies in harnessing and developing the local expertise for national progress. Secondly, APWEN, as a matter of urgency, must embrace innovation and technology. The need for you to continue as an association to stress the importance of applying cutting-edge engineering and innovative technologies to transform Nigerian manufacturing sector. This can include AI, advanced supply chains, and sustainable energy solutions, as well as entrepreneurship development. Also, the need to foster a conducive policy environment. Here, I want to advise that as a mother, APWEN should be ready and committed to advocate for strong, supportive governmental policies that prioritizes research and development, R&D, and create an enabling environment for local industries to thrive. Your association should also be committed to promotion of local content, the need to connect the manufacturing revival to the broader goal of promoting made in Nigerian products, goods, and services, and so on, thereby reducing dependency on foreign goods and stimulating the national economy. There must also be sincerity of purpose so that APWEN will be able to bridge the gap to prosperity. Furthermore, APWEN needs to formulate a framework for the conference's outcome as a bridge between potential and actual economic prosperity, job creation, enhanced productivity, and shared prosperity for all Nigerians. This will show the association's to the growth and development of women, as well as wealth creation for all and sundry. The call to collective action, APWEN needs and must work on it to encourage collaboration between policymakers, industry players, and educators, as the success of this endeavor depends on a collective commitment to action by your association. Start looking at the vast and your ability to reach all states in this nation, Nigeria. I say kudos to you, APWEN, and I want to pray that the good Lord that has been sustaining you will continue to keep you, and you will not fail us in the name of Jesus. The association will continue to develop in the name of Jesus, and the Lord will give you the enablement, the ability, the unction to function in the name of Jesus. In the final analysis, APWEN needs to embrace collaboration, as I've said before, from other associations that are alike and that are not alike yours, that could boost your growth rate so that you can attain your goals and aspirations earlier than expected. I say congratulations to you once again. The good Lord will see you through this year's annual conference, and as the year comes and rolls by, the Lord will sustain you all. He will empower you. He will make you to progress in all good things in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you for the prayers from the National Council of Women. Thank you so much for also reading out those points, a call for action for APWEN. Well noted, and we appreciate you. Thank you for the goodwill message. Lastly, before I call on the last person for his goodwill message, I would like to pass this information that lunch will be served right here. All you need to do is to bring out your meal ticket and just remain seated. Now, please, I'd like everyone in the hall to also join me to welcome on stage for his goodwill message. A gentleman, not young, a gentleman who sat still from the beginning till the very end. And he is the chairman of CPC for our conference come December of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Would like to welcome Engineer Mutiu Odesayan, FNSC, for his goodwill message. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for sitting still, correcting us, and playing that fatherly role. We appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Please, can we put our hands together for our CPC chair? Thank you.
the president of NSC, the president of APWEN, past president of APWEN, fellows in the House, distinguished engineers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Madam President, I want to sincerely thank and appreciate APWEN for another successful outing, although we have just started. But I know that what started well will surely end well. We appreciate you. You have given us insight to what December will look like, and we are also learning. I want to thank you most sincerely. It's a very good experience to be here. And I can see past presidents of APWEN, young, old, beautiful faces. I appreciate you all. Come December 1st to December 5th this year, all of us will also be gathered here for the international conference of our great society. And the theme of the conference is Engineering Innovation for Sustainable Blue Economy. And you can see the contribution of what we have today. You are also talking about innovation, and unless NSC is also talking about innovation. And we expect a large gathering here. We are expecting about 8,000 engineers and spouses, students, to gather here in the same hall. And I want to assure you, come December 1st to 5th, you will see this hall differently. That's an assurance from us. We have learned a lot of lessons from you. We appreciate you, and we sincerely hope that you will continue to have fruitful and impactful deliberations. Thank you so much. We believe we'll also be here together to do it better than what we are having now. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. A quick announcement, please. All collegiates are requested to please move to your hall. I think it's the Ganga Hall, please. And also bear in mind that your packed food will also be delivered to you at your hall, because you're about to start your Young Engineers program. Okay, so at this juncture, I would like to call the alternate chairman. Our alternate chairman, yes, I was right. I would like to call Engineer Funladi to give her vote of thanks. Thank you so much, ma. Days and nights turns to weeks and then months, and then we're here. Thank you. Thank you for the good job to yourself and Engineer Howard. God bless you both. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chairman of the occasion, our own first female president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Engineer Margaret Aino Oguntala, FNSC. Permit me to stand on the existing and well-established protocol. I want to read our vote of thanks because I'm reading on behalf of all the members of the committee. It's my singular honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks at this remarkable occasion, the 2025 APWEN Conference, with the theme Revitalizing Nigeria's Manufacturing Sector Through Innovative Engineering Solutions. On behalf of the Conference Planning Committee and the entire Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, I extend our deepest appreciation to all who have made this conference a resounding success. First and foremost, we are profoundly grateful to the Almighty God for granting us the grace, the strength, and the wisdom to see this conference to fruition. To our special guests of honors, our chief hosts, our partners, dignitaries, past president of the Association of Professional Women Engineers, dignitaries from government, academia, industry, and professional bodies, we thank you for your presence, insightful contributions, and unwavering support. Your participation has enriched the discourse and provided new directions for engineering-driven solutions to Nigeria's manufacturing revival. To our esteemed keynote speaker, our panelists, our paper presenters, our guest speakers, we are indebted to you for sharing your knowledge, research, and practical experiences that will undoubtedly guide our collective efforts in advancing innovation and industrial growth. I must also acknowledge our corporate sponsors, collaborating institutions, and media partners who generously and committedly have enabled us to stage this impactful event. To all my colleagues in the planning committee, your dedication, sleepless nights, and teamwork have brought us here today. Thank you, my chairman, for clapping. Please clap for all the committee members that have worked tirelessly to bring us to today. And I'm truly proud of the passion and professionalism with which you executed your responsibilities. Most importantly, to all our participants and delegates from all over Nigeria, both in person and virtual, we say a heartfelt thank you to you all. Your active engagement, ideas, and presence have given meaning to this gathering. As we continue in this conference, I want us to carry on the spirit of innovation, of collaboration, and resilience that has defined our deliberations. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you, and God bless you. Dr. Ann, come and close the session so that we can have the panel session. We'll be having the panel session while we're enjoying our lunch. Madam President, ma.
Okay, please, can we all rise as we take the third stanza of the national anthem as our closing prayer? Immediately after the closing prayer, we'll have a group photograph. Now. Okay, please, may you respectfully have your seats, please. We'll take the group photographs now and then have the closing prayer afterwards. Please, you can have your seats, please. Please also note that we'll have the panel section right immediately after the opening ceremony comes to an end, just immediately after the closing prayer. We will be kickstarting the panel session. Our panelists are all here seated. I'd like to call on all our past presidents and founding members to please join Madam President and the APWEN President for the group photograph, please. All our past presidents and founding members, please. You're most respectfully requested to join the chairman of the occasion, Engineer Margaret Aino Guntala, FNSC, the president of Nigerian Society of Engineers, for a group photograph.
NigerWide.com.
After the past presidents and founding members, media, please, can you reduce it? Thank you. After the group photograph with the founding members and past presidents, I'd like to respectfully call all the guest speakers and invited guests to join Madam President for a group photograph, please.
Believe it or not, this is how it should be done. Cause this style is identical to none. How can I make you dance? That's what you came here for, right?
Please let the panelists as well join, please. Our panelists, please. You all are invited guests, please.
Gbọ́dọ̀ jábọ́ mo wá dúpẹ́ orin àná bàbá mo dúpẹ́ mo wá dúpẹ́ orin ní bàbá mo dúpẹ́ mo tún dúpẹ́ orin ọ̀la o bàbá mo dúpẹ́ 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 bí mo bá jí lówùúrọ̀ kùtùkùtù máa dorí mi.
Engineer Engineer Fumi Akingbagbo, please.
Ọlọ́run àgbáyé, Ọlọ́run àgbáyé, Ọlọ́run àgbáyé, Ọlọ́run àgbáyé, ìwọ nìkan ní ìgbẹ́kẹ̀lé mi.
Thank you very much.
Ìwọ nìkan ní ìgbẹ́kẹ̀lé mi.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please may we rise as we take the closing prayer. We'll be taking the third stanza of our national anthem as our closing prayer. We'll be taking the third stanza of the national anthem as our closing prayer, and then we'll have the national anthem. Please may we rise as we take the closing prayer. Please may we rise as we take the closing prayer. At the count of three, please. 1, 2, 3. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so in peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen. The national anthem, please.
Nigeria, we healthy, our own dear native land. The tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol